It's not members only. Okay, so... let's talk. Hi, John Castle. Hello, Gorilla Biscuits. Make that small today. Well, now I need... now, come on. Okay, we'll find the place where these two things meet. And I'm guessing it's right here. Alright. Don't love it. Let's do better. How? This is what you get. Alright. Until somebody shows up, I'm gonna play this song because I can't get it on my head. Where's my headphones? And I'm going to make this look better. Bricky, you ever jump on Tony's stream before? What up, Bricky? What up, Tranquil? What up, Carlisle? Okay. Why am I not hearing anything? Oh, everything's muted. What up, Moonsoon? Fight.
Never back down, no one else around us, only you. These people got something.
Hola. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Am I live?
You are live. Who's this?
I'm sorry, I'm in the dark, but this is the one and only Big Boss.
I could tell by your voice. I've gotten to know your voice.
Should I be worried by that?
No. Not at all.
You said you were a Fed, so I don't know, maybe. I was just thinking.
Yeah, I'm a Fed. All right.
Sorry for my
we
low
got
mic
multiple
conditions.
people here. I'm going to allow multiple people here for now. If it gets overwhelming for me, I'm going to start kicking people off because I'm better at one-on-one conversations, and I just kind of want to hear what everybody else is thinking right now. Hello, you're on. Who are you? Hello?
Is that Bricky?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, it's me. Tony, it's me. It's Bricky. Bricky.
It's Bricky. Do I know you?
He's on Chris's stream.
No, you don't. You don't know me, but you should know me, right? Okay.
Right. Well, tell me about
I
yourself.
have no hate, no animosity at all, right? But I'm a proper cunt, right?
Yeah, we'll allow it. We'll allow it. Well, anybody got anything to say?
Nobody's got nothing to say.
Oh, I was wondering if you had a prompt or something.
Yeah, why you gay?
This is a bad idea. All right.
Wait, he left us in his own chat. What?
It's just the two of them.
No, it's nobody now.
Oh.
Unpinning that. All right. Thank you for coming on, people. Really appreciate it. What do you think we're talking about? What do you think? We'll give him one more shot. What are we talking about? What do you think we're talking about? What do you think we're talking about, people? I'm surprised I gotta say it. We'll try one more time. I'm posting this one more time, and we're doing one at a time. If you're there,
Yeah, just one at a time.
I can't do this two people conversation crap. What am I, a woman? I am not a woman.
Ricky is cool though. He goes on Chris's show. He's funny.
All right, Bricky, we'll come back on then. One at a time, please. Okay. Who's this?
Same as before. Big boss.
All right, hold on one second, big boss. Mute. And who's this?
Tony, it may be me.
All right, Bricky.
I told you, I do apologise, my friend.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to be a little bit of a twat. Okay, so let's start again.
Okay, let's do it. I don't know a lot about you. My wife says you're on Chris Lestrange's show a lot.
Yeah, we do a stream called Chris and Brick Shithouse.
Oh, yeah. I've heard a lot about it. I haven't gotten a chance to catch it, but I've heard a lot about it. Moonsoon says
Yeah,
sound.
about you, okay, all four bros, you're funny as fuck. Yeah, you are. You're hilarious.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You do need a shave though, Tony.
Well, that's your opinion, sir. What do you look like? All I see is
I'm an
darkness.
ugly bastard. Tony, I'm an ugly bastard.
Yeah. All right. So maybe don't hand out tips on looks, huh?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, okay. I was like shooting a little bit above me weight. Right, okay?
All right. I'm gonna ignore chat for now because chat likes to get me off my square when I'm talking to other people. And I'm just gonna tune into you, Big Boss. Once I'm done talking to Bricky, I'll put you on. I don't want to do a bunch of people at once. So right now you're muted. I hope you don't mind, but you can hear me. All right, bet.
Shit, with her. You put me and you one-on-one, Tony.
That's
That's
right.
not what I want. I didn't want to go battling with you 1v1, but I will win you.
It's not a battle. I'm just here to talk. I don't do panels. I don't like a bunch of people shouting over each other. It upsets
Tony,
me.
You do panels and you do them very well, my friend. I've seen you and Jim Bob do all four bros, right? Okay, you're funny as fuck. You were absolute. Do you know that time you came on with you came on with something on your head, right, and a thermometer out of your mouth?
Yeah.
Do you remember when you done that? Right?
Yeah.
That was hilarious, right? That was.
Thank you, man.
It was, right? But when you and Chris Lestrange spoke the other night, right, it was very sensitive. It was like, you know, and look, I do appreciate people getting involved in their feelings, right? But Tony, I do not have any feelings, my friend, right? But I have respect, right? Okay, I do respect you.
Oh,
I
thank
do,
you, man.
Right? But,
All right.
do think you need a shave, right? Okay, just
Yeah.
a little one.
Well, I shaved the back of my head a couple days ago.
Yeah, it looks like you did as well. It looks like you can't even see it as well.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Yeah, me and Chris got deep last week. You know, it's
It was
kind
a
of
good conversation, Tony. It was,
yeah, it was good. Talk about art, you know. But yeah, I do a little bit of both. I'm not just funny, you know. I like talk about
Tony,
stuff.
You're the musician. You're the musician, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm a musician.
And you're orthodox, right? Okay, which is something. Tony, when I give you this bit of information, yeah, right? Okay, I would expect you to understand. I'm struggling to deal with the information I've been given.
Okay.
Like, I am very brand new, okay. But one thing I do realize is that Christ is King, right?
Amen.
And that we worship one God and one God only.
Yeah.
But for me, the orthodoxy is something that it's something that I'm going towards. But
That's
I don't
good.
Understand. I don't understand it, mate. Right? Okay, I'm more of a joker than a poker, right? Okay, I mean, like hearing people like you being serious, like you were on Chris's the other night, it opened my eyes up to realizing and thinking, you know, like when I watch Andrew Wilson and I watch Jim Bob, right?
Yeah.
Which is where I've seen you a lot of the time. You're funny as fuck, right? But you have a point. You have a point.
Yeah, that's true. We do.
I'd still fuck you all up though, I think.
Huh?
In like a 1v1. I'd still fuck you up in a 1v1. Like I reckon if we were putting in like a cage.
Yeah, yeah.
Right,
Like
yeah.
as a fight.
Yes, Tony, I know you like your boxing. I know you like it, right? Okay, and we're both old men. We're
Yeah.
both old men. Right?
Not
Okay,
that
I'm
old.
41 this month. Right, okay?
You're 41?
41. How old are you?
Older than you.
Yeah, well, I expected that, right, by the look of you. Okay.
I expected you to be in your 50s by the sound of you.
Yeah, well, that's the sound. Look, I've had a hard paper round in a block of flats, right, without a lift, right? Okay, the lift wasn't working. Right? I had to use a staircase, right?
Yeah.
But for me, comedic value. What's happening? Who are you in Chicago right now? Are we having riots?
No, I'm not in Chicago. I'm in Alaska.
What's the- Oh my! Have you seen Sasquatch?
No.
You haven't. The wife would love you, even if you said the wife thinks Sasquatch is a thing, and I've told her, no, it's not, right? It's just a rapist, right? Okay. That's, what do you mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's just a rapist. That's not. That's just a rapist in the forest.
I didn't say that. I said rapist, right?
That's mad funny. Where are you from?
I'm from Britain.
Britain? Oh,
Yeah, Newcastle.
my condolences.
It's fucked up, Tony, mate, it's fucked up. Absolutely fucked up.
Yeah. Hey, Maria, be quiet. I'm talking. All right. What'd you say?
Shut up, woman. Make some sandwiches. will
Whoa,
you?
whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on,
I
buddy.
was talking to my wife.
Oh, okay.
To my wife.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Tony, you're gonna get me wrong, yeah. The wife's gonna come upstairs and beat me to fuck, right? It's like, as long as you, Jim, Bob, and Chris stand by us, right? Okay, we can do right. A stand by me, right? Okay, you know.
Say it again. Can you turn off the fan? This guy's accent is insane. And all right. Did you say as
Hello,
long?
young chap. I said if we do a young. Tony, I can't do it, mate. I can't do it.
Can you do an American accent? That might help me out.
Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz.
See, I understood every word you just said.
I wash myself with a rag on a stick.
A rake on a stick? Oh, a rag on a stick. Okay. No, that was accurate. A lot of us are fat. We can't reach our backs.
Yeah, I mean, Tony, you are a bit of a fat cunt, aren't you?
Wow.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Does the wife struggle to scratch your back, or do you do it yourself?
I could do
Because
it.
my wife does.
I could do it nowadays. But there was a point where I couldn't even, like, I was so fat, it was like incapacitating. Now I'm getting back down to normal size.
And you like your boxing, don't you, Tony? I've heard you like your boxing.
Yeah, but let's not blow it out of proportion. Pretty much everyone could beat me up.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's face it, Tony. I've got 4 children. They're all boys. They all beat me up, mate, right, okay?
That's fine.
But I taught them to do that, right, okay? That is what I taught them to do. They're based, right? They've been raised in a based household. And, like, for them to look after their mother rather than their father.
That's
right,
righteous.
okay?
Yeah, I like that.
Well, that's what I've taught them to do, Tony, mate, right? Okay, me, I'll survive on my own. I will, but I've got 4 of them. One of them's bound to take some pity on us, okay?
Yeah.
One of them. So the odds are in my favour.
Yeah. And you let them beat you up in the meantime.
I've got no option to do that, mate, right? Okay, because they all take a limb each. Like, one of them takes one leg, the other leg, one arm, the other arm, right? Okay, my torso doesn't do anything at all by itself. So, like, once all my limbs have been taken up.
That's a common problem. None of our torsos act independently. We need all the other parts in order to use them
It
properly.
doesn't matter how much of a 6-pack or an 8-pack you've got, right?
Yeah.
And your torso is doing fuck all at all, my friend, right? But it is so, I am so proud, right? When I watch them beat me up, right? Okay. And think, I made you.
That's
I
nice.
created you, right? That is my legacy, Tony. That's what I look forward to. When I die, right, at my funeral, I'm gonna have a legacy. Right? That's what I look at. But other than that, they're all a bunch of bastards. They're all cunts, right? Okay, they're all shits. Yeah. But I love them. I do.
That's good. That's good that you love.
Good.
No, it's good to love your children. It's good to love your children.
I love my children, but they're little bastards.
Yeah. You're in Newcastle, you said?
I'm in Newcastle, England. Yeah.
Are there any whites left there or just you?
No bloody bastard! All for the Muslim cunts. Don't talk to me like that. I take your fucking wife from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tony, mate, this country is being turned up on its fucking head, mate. Right? Again, I very rarely get to talk about this. Right? Again, I won't blab on about it too much, mate. Right? But
I'm here for it.
Islam is taking over the Christian faith, right? Which is what I am against. Okay, now I am 41, right? In the last 3 years, that's when I got more towards it, and it was a lot through Andrew. I'll be honest with you, it was a lot through Andrew.
Yeah.
Then watching people like Jim Bob, Jake Dyer, and then no disrespect to you, like Tony, right? Okay, my friend, you were the latest one, right? But you are the funniest one. You're the one that I could probably sit in a pub with at a boozer and have a drink with. Right?
Oh, thank you.
And have a bit of a laugh with.
Yeah, that didn't feel too disrespectful.
Yeah, well, it wasn't meant to, right? But what I mean is that this country's fucked up, mate, where, you know, you're getting arrested for tweets, messages, shit like that, whatever, but I was born, yeah.
You feel comfortable doing stuff like this?
Yeah, but you've got the First Amendment, haven't you?
We do, but you don't. Do you feel comfortable being on YouTube saying the things you're saying, or is it a problem?
When I'm over places like this where you have the First Amendment, I feel a little bit more comfortable. I know I'm not always protected, but for me, yeah. New guest, hello guest.
Is that Big Boss? Who we got over here? Hold on. Hello? Who's this?
It's still me, Big Boss. I'm just indoors now. I have light on me.
Oh, okay. All right.
Still waiting.
Okay. You know. All right. Okay. We'll be back.
Tony, I've got no problem with just ending this conversation and letting small penis up here.
You're funny, man. Let's talk again.
Tony, always welcome, my friend. Right, okay, we will talk again one time, right? But until then, au revoir.
Au revoir. Au revoir. And also, when's the next Chris's Brick SHIT house? I want to make sure I catch
That
it.
will be on the 26th of September, which is my birthday, and I expect you to bring me a big fat present over, Tony.
All right. Well, September 19th is my birthday, so you better have one for me, too.
Well, I will.
All right.
It'll be exactly what I bought you last time. In a bigger box.
All right. All right.
God
Thanks for-
bless you, Tony, mate.
God bless
you and your fucking family, brother.
God
Right,
bless you
okay?
and yours as well.
And I appreciate everyone for giving me their time of day, right? Okay, I know I'm not worthy of it, right? But fuck yous all. Fuck everyone. I love yous all, right?
That's nice. I like this guy. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for coming on. That was great. I like him. How you doing?
Doing all right. What about you? All things considered, you know.
I'm a little better, actually. Bricky kind of put me in a good mood. It's like the type of
I
person.
have this.
Go on, you.
Hold on.
No, you.
I was gonna say I have this bad habit, like better personalities, more important people come on before me. I'm just like I don't know what to say after that. He stole the show.
No, that's not a problem. I like what I mean, it's nice when people come on and they have more to say than me. That way I don't have to say anything. But either way, it works. I'm just kind of I want to hear other people today. You know what I mean? I just want to hear what other people are thinking. So what's on your mind, Big Boss?
Well, with the obvious situation, I'm trying to take a measured approach. Obviously, I'm not in the church yet, so you know I don't have the full discernment y'all do. But I can only comment on what I've been seeing from other people, like in the world and online. So you have a bunch of people celebrating this crap that happened, and then even in person, there's a lot of these people they still haven't really fully gotten what's going on here. It's like they just like, oh well, this has always been happening. It's like maybe, but eventually things come to an end. And even like people within my own life were like, oh well, you know, I'm not gonna try, like, because they make stickers, but they're like, hey, I don't want anything to do with it because I don't want to make any money off of this situation. But then they also say, oh well, you know, he wasn't exactly a saint. And they're not from an Orthodox perspective, mind you. They're just saying like, oh well, you know, his comments on the lettuce, bacon, and tomato people. Like
Lettuce, bacon,
that seems to
tomato.
be the trying to keep it TOS and all that good jazz.
You talk about gays?
Yeah, I don't know what I can and cannot say anymore. That's where it's at.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a common sentiment right now. Is like it's almost like we're waiting for someone to tell us what we're supposed to do, and nobody's doing it. And I'm afraid that nothing will be done. That's my fear. My fear is that nothing will be done, and people will treat this like just some other thing. My nephew told me the kids in school are saying that they're glad that he died and that he deserved it and he was a bad person and stuff like that. I think it's especially strange that this man, his whole life, was maligned by people not just on the left, but people like us on the far right. You know, the difference is we know why he got killed. And I have more respect for him now than I do most people, actually. And I think a lot of his positions were changing. And what happened was a life got cut short. that could have grown into something really incredible. That's how I feel. But it was his time. It was wrong that it happened, but God doesn't make mistakes. So there's not much I could say in those terms. But I will say it's, I don't think anybody on the far right, anybody on the dissident right, anybody like us should be focused on his missteps. I think we should focus on the things he did right, the fact that he was moving further and further right, and the reason he died is because he was criticizing Israel. And that was a huge step for someone of his stature, someone as big as him, someone as well known as him. And so, yeah, there's no need to focus on the fact that maybe he wasn't as hard on the gays as he should be, you know. Pause. But you know what I mean? But otherwise, I have nothing but respect for the man. And I've learned more about him in these past couple days than I did my entire life, because my entire life I dismissed him for being a Zionist. And then they killed him because he was going to stop being one. So yeah, I think we should have a lot more respect for him and not focus on his shortcomings.
Yeah,
Leave that to the left. Leave that to the left to vilify them. What I'm surprised is when you see these little forget about it's, these little faggots making jokes in the street about how they're glad it happened and selling shirts. Like, you know, I'm a bad person. You know, I'm not great. I'm Orthodox, but I suck at it. And I don't understand why nobody's punching them. And that's not like me saying people should, but I'm surprised that no one has.
Are you lost in thought? I didn't want to cut off.
No, I'm curious your thoughts on that. Like what surprises? It's like surprising. It's like it takes nothing. It takes nothing for them to burn down an entire city for a heroin addict who pointed a gun at a pregnant woman's stomach. They'll ruin the country over something like that. I understand the measured approach, and I recommend that we don't do anything. But I'm surprised that at least when somebody's in your face insulting someone who just died, which we didn't do for George Floyd, and Charlie Kirk is infinitely more valuable than George Floyd, why do we just film it?
Well, I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm an expert on any of this type of stuff, but it's like from my own personal experiences, like I would call out bad behavior just on like very minute issues. It's just like, hey, stand in line. We're all standing in line. Why are you cutting in line?
Yeah.
People would be like, oh no, like what are you doing? Like you're creating a scene by pointing out that there was a problem. You became the problem by pointing out there was a problem. So there was like years of that, like especially growing up. Like if I said anything, I was like put on the same pedestal of wrong as the person who broke like social rules as effectively.
What do you mean?
So like say you're standing in line and then someone just cuts that line.
Yeah.
And you're so like, hey man, that's not right. Like
Yeah.
don't do that. Yeah. Well, that person makes a scene, and instead of calling the person out who like broke like the very normal social rule, like say it's that or putting a grocery cart back in its like rack, it's like people would rather like focus on you for calling it out than getting on the person who actually broke the social rule in the first place. And that's just from my own personal experience.
Yeah, that seems to be the situation we find ourselves in. I don't know. I see two more people here. Do you mind chilling for a minute, and then we'll go one by one, or do you want to all come at once and talk over each other?
It's your show, Tony.
Let me ask.
You lay the rules, man. You're the king.
I'll give this a shot. I really don't like panel shows. What I like to do is have one-on-one conversations. So if everybody's okay with it, we'll cascade from one person to another. Is that all right with you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You
Okay.
you just keep the order, sir.
All right. All right. Chris, you jumped in at a very specific time. Both of you jumped in at a very specific time. So first off, for now, I'd like to, all three of you are unmuted. Did you have some thoughts about what I just said?
Yeah. So you said you wondered why, as the one side generally tends to act with violence or do things or punch back when things happen.
Yeah.
We generally call that out as bad behavior, right? And go, well, look at what they're doing as soon as these things happen. So being on the other side, I would hope that we have more decorum than that. I mean, why would we drop to the levels of the people that we feel are dropping the ball or aren't spiritually inclined to find better ways to do things? And generally that side, I mean, we call it out a lot, degenerate. They degenerate, they degrade, they disintegrate things, moral values, or anything of structure, logic. Most of these things just get thrown out the window. So I would hope that the other side is the better side that doesn't fall prey to these things. I think that's kind of what their whole thing is. It's kind of the analogy with Batman and the Joker, that the Joker keeps saying, you know, you're one bad day away from becoming me. And Batman's moral values prevents him from killing the Joker, right? Because he says, I will never succumb, will never drop my morals to become like you. So I would hope that they stand firm and find a better way instead of breaking down. This is the time to bold. Keep bolding, don't lose momentum. Don't back down. Doesn't mean don't punch. It means maybe punch in a different kind of way.
What kind of way?
With how you throw the blows. Bold. Use this momentum. You know, Tony, music comes from sadness. Great art comes from sadness. If we use the power of the sadness right now, take the anger, the rage, and you bold like a bastard. You use that shit to supercharge. You inspire people and bold, be better. That I think would be a better capitalization of the energy and people's sadness right now.
That makes sense to me. And I wasn't calling for anything. I'm just speculating right now because I'm surprised a little bit, and I'm worried. I'm worried that we're going to let this fade away, and we can't. Because if we let it fade away, then it will only get worse, and it will only get deeper, and there will come a point where where the damage is already done. And I actually think we kind of are at that point. So
well, kind of remember, right? It's the general saying, the straw that broke the camel's back. If we keep loading the camel properly, and when the weight gets too much, we add more camels, the burden and the weight gets carried by many instead of one, and we prevent the camel from breaking its back. I mean, in that statement, does it have to happen? Does that last straw have to hit to break the camel's back? But the only way to do it is actually if there is a response. There can't be no response. But I think like I said, it depends how you punch. You can so there was a great thing that happened. One of the biggest metalhead dudes, he faces a lot of controversy. People don't like what he says. Ronnie Radke. What he did to one of the dudes that was talking crap about him, this guy had a GoFundMe. He donated $1,000 to him and said, you talk crap about me. Now every time you look at your GoFundMe, you'll see my name at the top. I donated the most money to you. Go screw yourself. And I figured that was such a good way to punch with kindness instead of slander.
See, I feel like I'm retarded.
Multiple ways.
I honestly feel like I'm retarded. You know, I keep hearing everybody saying things like this, and people I respect, Father Spirited, and I know they're right. I think they're right. I think I'm honestly struggling with it internally because it's like, you know, the Bolsheviks revolution is, you had all of these things, all of this anarcho-tyranny, and the good people just kind of stood on the sideline saying, this can't be real. Eventually they'll see how crazy this is. Eventually they'll change their minds and do differently. And what happened was that didn't happen. What happened is millions upon millions of Christians were killed. The communist eventually leading to the communist revolution, which slaughtered Christians, tortured Christians, basically mowed through Eastern Europe and left a trail of blood behind it. And no, they didn't come to their senses. The kindness of the Christians didn't matter because the Christians were saying the wrong thing to the nihilist, Amish-trained atheists. And their morality, which was completely contrived and or handed to them by the Amish, it was never able to recognize the value of the Christian response. So what we're actually saying, in my opinion, is prepare for martyrdom. No.
See, there's, like I said, there's got to be action. There's no way around that. It's my question is to what extent or which direction the action is going to go. There can't be no action. That's the thing, right? It's not saying placid hippie nonsense. No placid hippie nonsense. No, there's got to definitely be motivation and things happening. But that's the thing, right? Is it going to be destructive, or, like I said, the energy can be put into creating stronger connections, improving communication, or, actually going, you know what, we're done with this, fight it at its core. Because a lot of this we can agree, right? It's a societal problem. So I think if we take a little bit of a note from Charlie, he was trying to fix society with the younger people, right? To kind of convince them, fix them. But we know it's a societal problem. So like battling like old people now or boomers, that's pointless. You gotta kind of target the younger generation and fix society at its core.
Well, yeah, that's another thing that he was doing. Right? He wasn't just reaching the kids. He was trying to bridge the divide through conversation and open conversation with the people who hated him. And they continually displayed that they had no idea what they were talking about. They were ideologically captured, but intellectually shallow. And that was his position. I can't help but think it's an extremely important detail that his position was, we can talk it out, and they shot and killed him.
This. No, I understand. That's the problem. But the thing is, if we look at the effect, right? Clearly, he was effective in what he did because he garnered a massive following. So, in something of the way he was doing things was definitely effective to a manner. I mean, you can't dispute that. Massive following, grew a massive corporation, all of that. So it was effective. And it's generally, you don't get rid of something if it's not actually a problem, right?
Yeah.
So clearly there was something effective in what he was doing. And it's not to say, always talking things out, right? Situations are different. But as a general, I think we should try heal the situation in a way that's effective. Not, again, doesn't mean do nothing. Doing nothing is the worst thing that can be done, is doing nothing. But it necessarily doesn't mean to do something has to be in line with what the other side does, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. I've been hearing a lot of people saying things like this. And my first reaction was, not this. I'll be honest. My first reaction was prepare for war. And there's a part of me.
Well, you should always be prepared for that, right? That's just something that should be a given. It's just usually when things like this happen, people wake up. But generally, you should always be prepared for shit to go down. If you study history.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But now I'm hearing all these people, and especially on the Orthodox Christian side, and I'm thinking to myself, I guess I'm just struggling with it mentally. I'm struggling with it. What this does, I see this as a pivotal moment, and not just a pivotal moment, but a very symbolic moment. You know, that the man who wanted to talk it out got shot in the head. And he started an organization called Turning Point. And it feels like the moment he got shot was a turning point. And I know a lot of people woke up. I know a lot of people were horrified. And I know there is no milk toast white. There is no milk toast right anymore. It's only the far right now. And I think it's tragic, but I think, I don't know. It's I don't know.
It's difficult to pass, man. It's
What-
definitely difficult to pass, and I'm not acting like I have the answers. I'm just trying to spitball how we fix, because there's how do we get even, and as somebody that likes to make things, right? You make music. We're both artists, so I think how can we make something out of this? Not how do we. Justice is going to be served either way through the courts or whatever.
That's not justice. That's not justice. Israel did this. There's no justice. What are you talking about? What, they're going to get the guy? This was Israel. It's not, there is no justice until Israel is removed from we're no longer connected to them and no longer controlled by them. That's when, and that's not even justice. That's just, we're finally not being pummeled to death every day of our lives. And have a bit of agency as a nation.
Yeah, but see, then let's say, okay, that is the problem, right? Then to fix the problem, steps need to be taken to stop that happening, right? So fixing the problem, like you kind of almost had a tongue slip with it, that would almost be serving justice to actually fix the problem, in a way, right?
Yeah. What's your name, sir?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Justin.
Justin.
I go by Carl Phelps. It's my writer name.
Okay. You seem like you wanted to say something.
Well, I think we as Orthodox, I think, are kind of stuck between the example of Saint Silouan saying things like, if there's even one in outer darkness, love can't bear it, and being Saint Nicholas and punching Arius in the face, right?
Yeah.
I think we're stuck in between those two things right now.
Yeah.
The priest did give me a pretty good thing to reflect upon, though, is tragedy has been the norm throughout all of mankind since the fall. That's what we experienced. And we sit here and we mourn this man, and he was a good man, and I pray for him. I hope that we get to. I hope that he experiences eternal good things. I pray that. I think that he was seeking God as much as any Protestant could. But every single day, we're reminded of the saints who were killed by wickedness.
Yeah.
How much more of an inflection point does it need to be? Like, for us anyway, it's like this is one more in the long line of people who were taken unjustly. That's not to denigrate that. This should be something we think about, but it also should be taken with a sense of sitting back and being clear on it. So in the Philokalia, I think it's in paragraph 9, I believe. He talks about how when the demons come to tempt you and they throw the thoughts into your head, and you're battling with those thoughts, a lot of times what you have to do is you have to sit for a day or two,
Yeah.
know yourself, and then cast out the demons. Right? You cast them from yourself because you know it. You know yourself. You know what's coming from you, and you know what's coming from them. I think a lot of the ways that's how we have to deal with every situation when people die, when you experience this evil. And I know you're pointing to Israel, and there's plenty to say about Israel, but there's so much more than just Israel. We've been sacrificing our babies for over 100 years.
Yeah.
Like, the blood of our children is also in this land. Like, and that has fueled this disrespect for human life to such a degree that people are just willing to kill people for their opinions. Like, there are so many compounding things that have led to people, and it's not just those people over there, it's us too, where we don't respect human life to the point now where we're considering, oh, we need to kill those people because we've been infected with the materialism, with the lack of respect to human life, with the not seeing other people as icons of Christ. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be action. I want us to be prudent, and I want us to pray, because that's what Christians do. Christians pray. You know, I hope actions are done, but I don't know what those are. I'm not a priest. I'm not a bishop. I'm not even a very good Christian, but I do know that Christ was slain. The apostles were slain. The saints that we ask to pray for us were slain. You know, this is every moment of our lives is martyrdom. You know, every time that we choose not to live according to our own desires and passions, that's martyrdom.
Yeah. Oh, I can't hear you. Your mic is off or something. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Something changed. Your audio is weird in the first place. Still can't hear you. Does anybody else have anything?
His mic was making weird sounds.
Yeah, your mic was making weird sounds. I've heard it before, but I forget who had that same issue. Anybody have any thoughts on that? I don't have a lot to say.
Well, this is the thing. I can't speak on the full Orthodox mindset of it, but what I can recognize is if you're in an Orthodox parish, you have a very great opportunity. You get people from all walks of life, and to your point, Tony, it's like, what do we do? It's like, and even Chris's point, it's like, you prepare. It's like, well, how do you prepare? Well, it's like, how many different trades or even businesses do you have a link to while you're in the church? Even if it's just learning how to do something as simple as like, hey, you know how to hunt? Do you mind if you run me through the basics of that? Can I shadow you on that? Hey, you have a trade? Can I shadow you on the day of work? Hey, we all have weapons that we're allowed to legally have here in the States. Not to exclude anyone, but it's like, let's just go to the range and have some fun and just learn the basics of marksmanship. Like, we're afforded something amazing here in America, and even I got guilty of like just talking crap. I was like, oh, well, it's all corrupt to the core, just burn it down. But it's like, you can still go to a range here and just with the guys and just have fun and then learn something. You can still go to your buddy's place and just like learn some other little trade or something. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to speak too strongly on the Orthodox point of view, but it's like, from what I understand, it's not supposed to be a proactive type of deal, but reactionary in a sense, where it's like, well, we just saw someone who was middle of the ground, believed in Christ, tried to do something right, get shot for telling the truth. I feel like that's a valid reaction now. There's like to do what I was just talking about. It's like it's time to just learn what you can. You have a community afforded to you. Don't take that for granted. And that's all I got to say on that.
Yeah. And you know, it's a thing that I hear a lot with the rhetoric that's being that's coming out now a lot from especially the right side, where you know this guy was talking and open to conversations with people, and look what happened to him.
Yeah.
But do we think he had no good effects while doing this? I mean, clearly we can't say that what he did was pointless, because clearly he won a lot of people's minds and hearts. We can see it in how it affected, how many people this affected. So clearly, again, like what I was saying earlier, right? He was effective. Like, we can't dispute that it was effective. I mean, even some of us with debates and things have convinced people, won the hearts of people. And at this time, I think that a definitive punch in the face back is to get as many people into the church as possible.
Well, yeah, I've said it time and time again. There is no victory except in Orthodox America. That's the only victory. But at the same time, I feel very similar to how Jim Bob feels just now. He said, I see peace, but I taste blood. And I know, look, I suck at being a Christian. I'm trying, but I'm a messed up person. I really am. And right, that's why I'm having these conversations, because people keep saying things like this, and I think they're right, but I'm having a hard time getting there. I think you guys are right, but I'm having a hard time getting there. And I think that's just my own brokenness as a person. That's my own sin. I have anger problems. But thinking about it right now, and thinking about how the only victory is in Orthodox America, and remembering what I've been saying, for so long up until this point, it feels like I feel confused, you know. It is all about trusting God. It is all about faith, and I know this to be true. But there's just this part of me that's like, I'm genuinely afraid that we're going to do nothing. And I feel like doing nothing. And this is how I feel. This is how I feel. My feelings tell me that doing nothing is wrong.
I agree with you on that. I think everybody should agree on that. Doing nothing is the wrong thing to do. It shouldn't be for nothing. There's got to be something good that comes out of this.
And maybe the fact that so many people are being pushed to the right and further right, and the younger generations are all becoming Orthodox at like a extremely fast pace. Maybe something will be done. Obviously, we're not going to riot. What the hell is... We're not stupid. Obviously, we're not going to do stuff like that, but there is a point where war is the only option. That is true. There is a point where war is the only option. You know, and the Orthodox Church has canons for what to do in those situations. And I am afraid that what we're seeing is a measured approach, is something being called a measured approach, which is actually cowardice and apathy. That's my fear.
See, in no situation are you going to benefit from cowardice. And again, it doesn't mean not going out in the street and punching somebody is cowardice, or like I said, is inaction. I agree with you. There's got to be action. It's just now the kind of the crux of every conversation will be what's the level of action that's going to be taken, and to what extent is that going to be? Because if, like I said, there's a problem, we want to fix the problem. How do we fix the problem? That should be the main thing. And I think most religious or Christian people would agree that the solution is to get people out of being compelled by demons and into the church with God, get people to God, because that was kind of the mission.
Hi, Rachel. Yeah, that is a good thing. That is a push in the right direction. Is your mic working yet? Still can't hear you.
I'm not hearing them.
We still can't hear you. Maybe drop out and come back in, or try a different mic. Go ahead.
If I may, I would just say I've noticed, at least with Americans, we tend to look at life and history as like as if it's this time bubble that like, oh, like whatever happens here is never happened elsewhere. History has happened all around the world, and I've been like a broken record. If any of you in the chat have seen me, I've been like spouting off about the Spanish Civil War, and I'm not gonna say it's a 1-to-1, but you start to see a lot of similar type of deals going down. You had people going for the moderates. You had a ramp up of Marxism. You had this weird one-sided policing to like, oh, well, if you're on the right, we're going to throw the full weight of the law at you. But if you're on the left, Marxist, anarchist, we'll kind of wave it away.
The
And
Spanish
there
Civil
was
War,
this
was this the one was this in the 1400s?
No, this was like it's considered the dress rehearsal for World War II. So this is like right before World War II really kicked off.
I don't know anything about it.
And that's why I would say I would implore a lot of y'all to just look up some basic stuff on it, because that's the thing. History has truly repeated itself with this, and you even had segments where it's like, effectively, if you want to know the battle lines, it was anarchists, Marxists, Republicans against your traditionalists, your monarchists, and landowners. And there was even an event called the Red Terror, where the Marxist side of Spain laid waste to the churches. Granted, they were Catholic. That's neither here or there, given the situation. And they did all sorts of blasphemous things. I mean, like, they dug up the graves of nuns. They did everything that you would see within the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, that's the thing. It's like, we've been here before as humans. So that's what I would say. Just check that stuff out if you can.
Yeah.
Well, but
Yeah, like Tony, it's difficult because you can't tell anybody to not be angry. It's definitely the anger should be there, right? There's no way around it. It's telling somebody don't be angry when you're angry. You can maybe hide it a little bit, but the anger's still going to be there. It's like I said, all I can appeal to you as an artist is the force or the energy of that anger can be put to good use or bad use. And that's just something I sit and think about.
Well, I mean,
But it's got to be put to use. It's got to.
I'm working on 2 albums right now, and one of them is this almost battle cry. And the other is a album about orthodoxy, about Christ, about spiritual struggle and stuff like that. And I've been working on the 2 of them lately in tandem and wondering which one I'm going to release first. And it feels like a monumental decision internally. And I keep going back and forth depending on my mood. Because I am taking this energy and putting it into art. But the art is... The stuff I'm making right now is to rouse the troops. The stuff I'm making right now is to prepare people. And I'm wondering if that's a misstep. And I'm wondering... But I
Dude, it's like I was saying, that's a good thing, right? Riling the troops is a good thing. But it's what's the direction for the troops? That's the question. The riling the troops, yes, 100%. That has to happen. That has to happen. But what's the command? That's the question.
If I might add to what Chris said, and to your point as well, Tony, is like, granted, I'm technically considered online Orthodox, just given that's my only exposure to it. But one motto that you guys say that like is amazing is you have both and. It's like, yes, get to the church, get to Jesus, get your soul in order. But yes, you can also be prepared. Like, you're not wrong for doing one, as long as you still make Christ the main point of it all.
Do you guys agree with that?
I agree. But you should always be prepared.
I think that is my mic working?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Good. Sorry, my AirPods are old and they don't always work. I don't have a lot of technology. I write by hand most of the time. Yeah. No. I think he's pointing out something that's great. That there is something that is uniquely Orthodox, and that is the idea of both and, as opposed to either or. And I think that those of you who are artists, who have a very important responsibility, and it's not something to be taken lightly, because we're talking about riling the troops. Riling the troops can be a good thing as long as you're not riling them to passion, right? We quell our passion, but rile them to good action, good behavior, rile them towards Christ. So I guess just the biggest thing is knowing the direction that we're riling them to. That's the hard part. That's the hard part of being a human, is weighing having the discernment between what's coming from our passions and what's coming from the grace of God.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry for not saying a lot right now. I'm honestly thinking a lot. That's why I named it. I have no thoughts, but I must speak. It's like.
I really like that, by the way. I commented
Good
that I appreciate the sci-fi reference. That's really good.
Thanks. But one thing I want to say about what Big Boss said, and this was just something that occurred to me, is the Spanish Civil War happened in the West. And I'm more and more beginning to see America as something that's neither East nor West. It's kind of like we jumped over the ocean, took the West with us, and it's time to leave the West behind. And the West is what got us into this mess. Yeah, it did its job. It got us over here. It created this country. But the fruits of 1054 and the many things that came after it they're fully bloomed. They're clear for all to see, and they are ultimately 100% Antichrist. And so what I feel like is America is not an extension of the West, and it doesn't need to be an extension of the West. What it needs to be is something new. And I think that comes from America becoming an Orthodox country. You know, and I think it's interesting that at one point we were Orthodox Russia. Where I am right now, at one point was Orthodox Russia. And now is America. We're so far west that we're technically east. You know what I mean? So it's just something that occurred to me.
99
Hold on one second.
Moments like these where I think to myself, what would Schmicula Landwhale say?
You said it's moments like these where I ask myself, what would Jamicular Landwhale say? Jamicular Landwhale.
Question.
Huh?
That is the important question, right? It's...
He'd probably say, whatever Ben Shapiro said, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I will add to what you just said there, Tony. It's important to note that if you look at the fall of Rhodesia that came after everything, it fell because it didn't appeal to the Western democracy, and it also didn't appeal to the Marxists. It tried to be its own thing. That's why it failed. It wasn't just because, like, hey, we have a colony that had its rights to exist, that had its independence. It was its own thing. That's why they took it out.
Rhodesia fell because of land reform and greed. I can tell you right now, they're on our border. I know people that were in Rhodesia. I'm South African.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, maybe I shouldn't say too much on that.
Yeah, but wait, also, what are you saying? Are you saying that for us to leave behind the Enlightenment, leave behind the idea of the West, and forge our own identity as an Orthodox monarchy is a misstep? Because if you are, I'm gonna find you.
No. No, I was actually like playing onto that, because if you look even further, like what I was talking about, the Spanish Civil War, the Western democracies were in favor of the Marxists, the anarchists, and the Republicans. They were against or not the monarchists. They were against the anarchists, Marxists, and Republicans.
Anarchists, Marxists, and Republicans. Well, that's all. In my estimation, these are all the same thing. They're all branches of the same tree, in my opinion.
They were in favor of that tree, the Western democracies.
Yeah, because that's
what I'm
all.
saying, like,
yeah, okay.
That plays to your point that, hey, maybe America should be its own thing entirely.
Yeah, and it's not inventing something. See, the problem is what we did in the last century was we tried to invent some new version of Western BS to fix the old version of Western BS, which got us into this situation. I said this earlier on the Members Only show. You know, I like Nick Fuentes. I do. I can't help it. I always try not to like him. I try not to like him, but I like him. But Roman Catholics are not going to fix what Roman Catholics have broke. There is no Roman Catholic solution to this problem, period. There is one solution, and that is true Christianity, and that is only found in Orthodoxy. So, as much as I admire him and appreciate his takes at points, he's not the one. He's not going to, unless he becomes Orthodox, and I like to remind everyone to pray for that he becomes Orthodox. Because if he becomes Orthodox, I'd probably just rally behind him, if I'm being honest.
I think a good example you were saying rallying the troops that we kind of have a modern example of is what Trump did. He rallied the troops in DC and he cleaned that place up. How long has it been since he sent the Coast Guard, right, went in to clean up the crime? So
when was this?
Rallying the troops.
When was this?
Wasn't this recently he sent in the Coast Guard or something into DC to clean up the streets and get the crime out?
I've heard something about it, but I checked out. I didn't tune into all that. So you'd have to tell me.
He did, yeah.
But see, that's a good use of rallying the troops right there, right? But it didn't necessitate violence or anything. It was just come in immense numbers and with force and go, well, this is how things are going to go now.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's always an option. The only thing that stops it is foreign money and tampering, gumming up the works so that the things that are obvious to all of us can't get done. You know, these problems are manufactured. Most of the problems we're dealing with are completely manufactured. They're not happening because, oops, I messed up. Wanted to run the country right, but I ran it wrong again. No, it's because of usury, of blackmail, of subterfuge, and of all these other things where people are more or less commanded to ruin this country.
Yeah.
If I could speak on that real quick, again, an Orthodox member of the church, Jay Dyer, I know like everyone gets kind of woo-woo about him, but it's like he actually interviewed Sammy the Bull, like a known like mainline mafia individual.
Yeah.
And even in that interview, he openly admitted that if you wanted to take out like a made man type of person, you had to ask permission from a certain group, the Amish. Like you couldn't just do what you did. And he's also covered in some other books that like between the British and the Amish, they agreed that allowed the Amish to just run rampant and do what they wanted to do effectively and rule over. So if anyone's ever concerned that Tony or anyone else is like too J-pilled, if you will, just know like there's a historical context to this, not even that far back.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that's upsets me a little bit because people keep talking about treating the symptoms instead of the cause. And I don't really, it's superfluous, you know. You can treat a symptom, another one will come up or the same one will come back. The cause behind this, at least, you know, a large part of what's going on right now is because of the Amish. It is because of the degradation of society at their hands, the lobbying, the banking. I mean, the reason our stock market, the reason the reason the stock market and the reason corporations answer to shareholders instead of their employees or their customers is because of the Amish. And I could cite the case if you don't believe me, but like most of the problems we're dealing with right now are a direct result of these people. And so when people try and be like, oh, you're overstating it or you're obsessed with them, it's like, I'm not Adam Green. I don't think these people are more powerful than they are, but I just recognize the influence they've had, you know, in so many sectors of our history and world history, to be honest. And to not take that seriously and to not understand the role they play in all of this is to basically doom yourself to never fix it.
Well, when you're delineating between causes and effects, like those people are also an effect of the cause, which is a spiritual cause. You know, the underlying cause is a spiritual one. Like this isn't about politics. Won't fix us. Electing the right people won't fix anything. Having the right type of government doesn't fix anything. It all starts at the fall. It all is a spiritual thing. And you know, people talk about history repeating itself. Well, it's interesting. History isn't so much a cycle, it's a corkscrew. It's all winding down to a specific point where it ends.
Yeah.
But that beginning of that corkscrew where everything started cycling, going towards the point, it's a spiritual thing. So yes, I agree. We need to be very aware of what's around us, but we also need to be aware that what is fueling these people, these groups of people, these governments, these choices, it's all spiritually related. These people have given themselves over to demons.
Yeah, but what role do we play in that? I mean, the thing is, I want an Orthodox America. What I envision is an Orthodox America. I understand how this all ends, but I also understand. I also believe that we can do better now. We can have something better now. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be just martyrdom. It doesn't just have to be the first 300 years of the church. It could also be, Christendom. It could also be Byzantium. I don't think that there is no place for that, for a society built on Christian principles, guided by the church, by the one true church. Mm-hmm. To have something like that on earth is not a bad thing, I don't think, unless we've just resigned ourselves to Roman persecution, unless we've just resigned ourselves to endless martyrdom until the end of time. I think we have a responsibility to not choose martyrdom for our loved ones. I think we can only choose it for ourselves.
Well, but more what I'm getting at with that, and once again, I don't really have too many answers. My extent is reading the lives of the saints, and I try to extrapolate from their example.
Yeah.
But what we can glean from it is it's. I think that it's perfectly reasonable to want an Orthodox America, but what I see is that how we get that is for each and every one of the Orthodox Christians to live as an Orthodox Christian. What's the life of an Orthodox Christian? We only know what that is through living in the church. What changes is every person doing their small part. Everyone has their own small sphere of influence. And the reason why people like Charlie Kirk, when they die, is because their sphere of influence was huge. It was very big. So it's felt by more people. All of us have for the most part, have a pretty small sphere of influence. And that can grow depending on what we do. But the only way that we can do that change is not focusing on the evils that are out there, but focusing on what good we can do within our sphere. We love our family. We love our parish. We take care of our community. And then the community grows. The church grows. When the church grows, the light casts out the darkness. So we build the light. We don't focus on the darkness. We focus on the light, because the light is what casts out the darkness.
He's right.
So, you can't get bogged down in what's going on all around us, because we can only do what we can do. And most of us, myself mostly here, no one knows who I am. All we can do is take care of our families and our parish. That's.
So would you say that there's a problem with what I've been saying for the past couple of days, as far as?
I don't think there's a problem, Tony. I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're saying necessarily. And I'm not the person who would tell you that anyway. I talked to your spiritual father about that.
No, I'm asking all of you. I'm just asking your opinions.
Yeah, but I'm like I said, I just think that it's important that we start focusing on what we can do instead of on the things that are out of our control.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Is one of the things I've been saying is that one of the things we can do is stop with the hiding your power levels and being sheepish when these things happen in front of you. And I think that's an important thing. It's the mercy to the wolf is cruelty to the sheep. I think when we see these things in front of us, we have a duty to do something about it. And when these conversations are happening in front of us, instead of sheepishly just letting them occur, speak our piece. I think that's important, Would you guys disagree?
I can say personally because I took your words to heart because I rank my the people who I listen to in the hierarchy, obviously, like obviously Christ, the clergy, laity. I listen to laity even if I don't fully agree with what they say. I at least consider it. And you know, my own boss kind of mentioned the whole Charlie Kirk situation, and he mentioned Epstein Island, but I was like, oh yeah, like Israel and Mossad and everything, and he just kind of like brushed it off and instantly walked away. I'm not saying it isn't, the worst thing to do, but there's a lot of like brainwashing. I think we underestimate the brainwashing that's in place. That like there's so many defenses in line. Now, as far as what to personally do, I mean, again, I would just appeal to the parishes. Like, just what can you do there on that level? Look at Father Turbo. He's got a garden for his parish, and he's got a school going. I think that's unfortunately like it's the long game. We have to play the long game, and that's where it's at. It's like, say you're in a parish that just doesn't have that resources. Well, what's to say that it's like, hey, you have a backyard, I have a backyard, this other person has a backyard. What's to say you can't divvy out what you grow? You know what I mean? It's small, but it's going to build up in the long run. And who's to also say that you can't communicate with your sister parishes, like, or your other parishes around you? If you're looking for more immediate action, I would say.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know a lot of churches are working towards that. Mine is.
Yeah.
But I'm not a priest, a bishop, and while I do participate in my church life, I also participate in the world. And for me, I just think I'm tired of cowardice being disguised as a virtue. This is just something that's really starting to upset me. And I think a lot of people are hiding behind this. Oh, I just won't speak up, or, it's not my business. And they think that it's a virtue, and I think it's nihilism. I think it's apathy. I think it's cowardice. And sometimes you have to speak up. And if you see evil in front of you, it's not you can't just stand there. Like, what I'm trying to say to people, I'm trying to shake people awake. This isn't, nothing I say is a call to arms, but I'm trying to shake people awake and make them realize that they really live in the world, and the world is really here, and that they are a physical and substantial part of it, as well as a spiritual. And when these things that we're seeing happen more and more happen in front of you, and you just choose the role of the bystander instead of someone who could maybe make it so it doesn't happen, to me, and maybe I'm wrong, and I will talk to my spiritual father about this, that seems like evil to me.
Yeah, inaction is not the way. Inaction is cowardice, like you said.
Well, to put it in perspective, I asked something as simple as like, hey, things are obviously, like, again, this was at my workplace, and I'm in Southern Cali, but we're close enough to Arizona where we're not infected by the liberalism too much. There's droplets of it, but I asked something simple like, hey, things are getting a little crazy, like, what type of revolver should I carry on me? And everyone kind of like actually like stepped back for a little bit, like, oh, I don't know, like, I don't know what to do. A lot of these people simply are scared, and I feel like again, I don't like to speak too much on the Orthodox perspective of things, obviously, given my position, but I feel like you guys really are the ones who have to set the tone for things here in America. Like, it's not going to be the libertarian. It's not going to be your granddad's old republicanism. It literally has to be you that sets the tone. Because you have the worldview that can also inform and back up what you speak about. Me, I can just kind of be like, hey, look, I found this thing called orthodoxy, but I'm trying to get to it, but they're just gonna disregard what I say instantly, and they're gonna look at my material worth and just like, oh, well, what good is that doing you? For you guys, I think it really just comes down to that, even on the local level, because it's like, okay, well, I don't know exactly what you and Maria do in your own life, obviously, like in your local neighborhood, but it could be something as simple as that. Like when you're just sitting out the porch chilling, and you see someone walking by, hey, how you doing? What's going on? I don't know. I just feel like it starts on a very basic level, and until we figure that out, like trying to think of like, oh yes, we're gonna make America Orthodox. How can you do that until people see a reason to become Orthodox?
Yeah. And to give people a reason to come to the church and to God, there has to be action. There can't be no action, right?
Well, that
The
nobody's
cowardice of the
nobody's.
inaction.
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say the cowardice of inaction doesn't solve anything. So that's definitely not the solution.
Yeah, nobody's coming to orthodoxy because it's compromised. Nobody's coming to orthodoxy because it's limp-wristed. People are coming to orthodoxy because it is true and it is strong and it is solid and it doesn't give measure to heresy and sin and darkness. That's why people are coming, is because they're sick of the artificial sweeteners and fillers and fake Christianity. So that's, I think they're coming here because they want something strong. And this is that. Now, it's not to say we should go out and beat our chests or anything like that, but we should be strong. Our faith should strengthen us to not be afraid. And maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but that's how I feel. I feel that our faith should strengthen us to not be afraid, to say, come what may, I'm going to do what's right. And even when it is potentially life or death.
Particularly. And I mean, I agree with you entirely. And, you know, perfect love casts out fear, right? You know, there should be no fear in Orthodoxy. Like the whole, like all of our saints point to no fear. We don't have fear. And one of my favorite stories of the saints is, I can't remember who it was specifically, but climbing the tower, taking the banner of Stalin down and burning it.
Saint Gabriel of Georgia.
I believe that. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, it's like, yes, you know, yes. And, you know, my patron saint is Saint Justin the Philosopher, who was the first apologist. It's like, we should always be ready to give account for our faith. We should never have any fear. We should, you know, if we see injustice, we see wrong, we should point it out. We should pray about it. We should live the opposite of that. The biggest thing is that I keep on, and like I said, when I first started talking to y'all, it's like I'm stuck between trying to align with Saint Silouan and trying to align with Saint Nicholas. It's like, when do I need to punch and when do I need to decry all of those who are in outer darkness? Like where is the royal path that we need to follow in this?
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
So, like, I agree with you. There can't be any inaction and there can't be fear, but at the same time, there also can't be giving into the passions and drawing more people to passions, because we know that our passions are what control us and form bad habits, and which they lead us away from Christ and towards the demons. So it's a balancing act of trying to find what we need to do. And, you know, the only thing that I know that is good, that always goes against the demons, is praying and participating in the liturgy, participating in the church, taking care of the community. Those are the only things that I know of for certain that are good and bring light. Everything else right now, at least for me, is I'm in that trying to trying to figure out if I need to punch or if I need to weep in repentance.
Well, I think what we
Yeah.
need to do is I think we need to recognize and assume a change inwardly where we, and maybe it'll be palpable to the people around us, but we need to be serious. We need to have this idea of what we want. And what we want is Orthodox America. What we want is an Orthodox America, period. And we need to hold that in our hearts and carry ourselves with that. And I think when people see the seriousness with which we carry ourselves when it comes to these things, it will expose who the people around us really are. I think it's going to attract a lot of more people to us. And I think it's also going to expose the demons in people a lot more clearly. Like with the saints. Like when the saints, like when the, I keep thinking about the Pitisti experiments in Romania and how the demons just manifested themselves in every action of these people doing these experiments on these Christians, these priests often, and how even though the response was constantly love, what it did was bring out more and more darkness in these people. And so there comes a point, I think, where someone's fate is sealed. I think about the king of Egypt, Pharaoh. I think about Pharaoh, and people are like, why did God harden his heart? And I always thought, and this is just my speculation, but I always thought it's because his judgment was complete. He was only alive now to show God's power. But his judgment was complete. God could have took him right there. There was no turning back at that moment. He hardened his heart because that was it. It was over. And instead of immediately allowing him to die and face his judgment, he used him as an instrument to show God's power. And I think that people, when they see righteousness and when they see goodness, and instead of their hearts softening, they manifest in greater and greater ways, it does become black and white. It does become final. And maybe it'll happen in a finality where we'll know exactly what to do. And honestly, I'm lamenting the fact that I'm concerned that I'm very concerned that people won't do something right now. And that doesn't mean like violence or anything like that. But I'm very concerned that people will go back to their daily life and not realize how high the stakes are. If people see what they saw on Wednesday and they don't realize how high the stakes are and how serious this all is, and they just go back and put their head in the sand and hope for the best, I will be sick to my stomach.
Well, then it would have been all for nothing, right?
Yeah. So it can take a lot of different forms. I agree with you guys. It can take a lot of different forms. But let's not play games. Let's not be limp-wristed. Let's not be lukewarm. Whether you choose to be the Saint Nick or Saint John Chrysostom, who said, smack the heretic and sanctify your hand with the blow. Or you choose to be Saint Silouan, piling on troubles for yourself and praying for those who heap them on you. Whichever path you choose, do not be lukewarm about it. I haven't chosen.
I think the good thing is taking time to pray and figure out which which is the route to take, would be the best response. To not act in haste.
Yeah, I
Act
think
with a
that's
plan. Decide which
And
side, which
I think
path.
what was said earlier is also kind of important to think too, how Orthodox Church, there's always a both and I think that maybe in this particular situation, it's a both and. We need both those who punch and those who pray, those who are warriors and those who are ascetics.
and the warriors should pray too.
I'm not saying that.
No, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Different for
No, the warrior
serving different
definitely needs to
functions.
pray. But yeah, the difference between the Saint Silouan and the Saint Nicholas, the hand that smacks and the hand that prays. But maybe we need all of it. Maybe we need everything in between that. And the interesting thing with Saint Nicholas is like it was right for him to smack Arius. It was also right for him to be defrocked.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it was also right for him to be reinstated. It's like all of those things are true and all of those things are right. So if you are going to be the one who is strong, who stands up and punches, be ready for the consequences. Accept them graciously.
Right on. Yeah.
I'll say this last thing and I'm gonna dip out here, but if you're ever worried about America becoming Orthodox and everything else in between what's going on right now, let me just tell you this. There's no logical reason why I even should have found Orthodox. Because like prior to like what was going on, everything like I would say like at least 2-3 years ago, I was watching like DC compilations. I was like Bugman mentality,
Yeah.
more or less. And the closest thing to theology I was looking at was like, like maybe I want to be a Lutheran just because my grandmother was. But then when like I went to that church, I was seeing a lot of lackadaisical thing. Like even when I went there, they're like, "Hey, like step up, come on to the communion." And I was like, "What are you talking about? I just stepped in here. This doesn't seem right." So that like it made this weird thing where it's like, I'm going to step away from this for a second. And you start hearing about how the Catholic Church used to be based and trad-pilled and all this other stuff. And that forced me to like look into this stuff like, okay, well, at that point when I was looking into the Catholic Church, the Pope Francis, he was saying like, oh, there's not really that many differences between Marxism or communism and Catholicism. I was like, something about that just isn't right. So I just started searching. I started looking about the history of the Catholic Church, and they would kind of mention something like I can't remember exactly who I was looking at, but they would kind of like mention the Great Schism, but then they would brush it off and then like move on. I'm like, that's weird. And it wasn't until like later, it's like I kept pushing forward and pushing forward. I don't know what the hell drove me to do this. But I finally like looked at it and I was like, okay, what is this Great Schism? What is this that seems to be taboo to even talk about? And that's when I found out even Orthodoxy was a thing.
Yeah.
I didn't know Orthodoxy was a thing. It was mentioned. You want to know my first exposure to Orthodoxy? It was in Blues Brothers 2000. When there's the Russian group that's chasing the Blues Brothers.
Man, deep cut.
Yeah, exactly. And they're in a Russian Orthodox church. And I remembered some like primal memory of asking my brother-in-law, like, oh, I want to go to that church. And he said, no, that you can't go to that church. You're not Russian. I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense. Like that's how crazy this stuff is. It's like,
Yeah.
There's no reason I should have found out about Orthodoxy, especially here in the middle of the desert. Like, to those of you in the Discord, I posted where I live, roughly. I'm in the desert. I am surrounded by nothing more but Mormonism, Masonry, and Catholicism, and like the Protestants. There's no reason I should have found out about it. But by the grace of God, I did, and I'm trying to move forward to it.
Yeah.
So I would say to you, Tony, I wouldn't say don't despair. That would be the proper term. Don't
I'm not
despair.
despairing at all.
God is doing His thing.
I'm not
I
despairing.
know. That's what I'm
I
saying.
know that America will be Orthodox. I'm not despairing. I know that that's going to happen.
I would just say God is doing what God is going to do, because if someone like me, who was just more preoccupied with anime and freaking DC, found out about Orthodoxy,
Yeah.
who's to say someone who's more put together won't?
Yeah.
I was studying to be a Protestant pastor when I discovered Orthodoxy. So yeah, God can God can find you no matter where you are.
that's true.
You know, I'm reminded of Saint Silicon again. He said, "Keep your mind in hell, but despair not." It's like I think we're pretty much firmly in hell right now, but we don't need to despair. You know,
That's good. That's good.
Dude, with that, God bless everybody. Tony,
God bless.
Yeah,
thank you
I'm
for
out of here
having me
myself.
on.
Yeah, I gotta
Thank
go.
you, guys.
I gotta go
And
tuck my daughter in.
I like
this
those
was
words,
wonderful.
Don't despair.
This is
Yes.
exactly what I was
Don't
praying for
despair.
before I did this show. So I appreciate all three of you. Thank you. Do you
Absolutely.
guys want to plug your
Take it easy,
channels?
Tony.
Do you have a
As
channel,
much as
sir?
I can love
Destruction.
strangers. I love you all. Have a good night.
All right. Have a good night. Do you have a channel? That you want to plug?
You me? I write under Carlisle Phelps. You can find me on YouTube. I post some of my poetry sometimes.
All right. And
But,
obviously we
I haven't
know.
written in a while, so it's been a few months. But if you guys like poetry, you can check it out and mock me for it. It's fine.
And obviously, you know Chris Lestrange. Everybody will put his link in chat. And Big Boss, Big Boss, I don't think has a channel, but we love having him on. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, real
Bless
quick,
you.
I don't have a channel, but you learn pizza etiquette.
All right, take it
Okay.
easy.
And with that, I'll see you later, man. You have a good one.
You too. All right, I'm going to take a quick moment to eat the pasta my wife made. I'm feeling pretty good now. I think I'm interested to have other people come on. The link is there if you want to. Feel free to populate this place while I'm gone. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Fuel My Fire super chatted $5 for the rigatoni.
Thank you. To the person in there, I see you. Give me 1 second. I'll be there in just a moment. I wanted to talk about something real quick. That was a really good conversation we just had. And I think some part of me lost sight of things. And this, well, I'll get to my thoughts in a little bit. Let's see what's going on with this guy. Video source. There we go. And audio source. Hello. Can you hear me?
What?
Hi, can you hear me? I can hear you.
How's it going?
Good. Who's this?
Turbo Diesel.
This is Turbo Diesel?
Yeah.
Nice. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. I know you just had a good conversation. Prepared to have a bad one now. Because I have no thoughts and I just speak.
Well, I'm ready. Let's go. What's on your mind?
I don't know if you talked about the vigilantism or something like that, because I see similar things happening in the UK, right? With migrants.
What do you mean exactly?
Well, local men just kind of almost taking law into their own hands because the police won't do anything about it in there. And I was thinking maybe the same could be done in America, but I'm a Lithuanian. I'm not fat boasting, by the way. I know I have an American accent, right?
Yeah, I hear it a little bit. I heard it when you said right, actually.
But yeah, because like there's a lot of anger in the UK as well, and I lived in the UK for 6 years, and to see it go down like this, it's pretty sad, to be honest.
Yeah, it breaks my heart, actually. As far as vigilantism goes, or vigilantism, I don't know what I should say.
Yeah, it's a dangerous thing.
Huh. Let me think. Well, it's like I said, if you see, if you see evil in front of you, don't allow it.
Yeah.
Don't allow it. Come hell or high water, do not allow evil to happen in front of you. It's that simple. It's actually very simple. And it's scary and it's hard, actually. Especially for coddled Americans who have sat on the sidelines for so long. It can be very difficult. It's difficult for me when I do it.
Well, I mean, everything that is happening in America, kind of good or bad, it kind of finds its way to my country, like including the degenerates, including all the pride parades and stuff like that. And
yeah.
So you could be like what's happening there could be in a few years maybe happening over here too, on a smaller scale.
Well, I mean, it is happening. It's happening in Ireland. It's happening in the UK and in America. I imagine it's probably happening to some extent. I probably can't think of a story at the moment, you know, but I imagine it's happening to some extent. I think it'll happen more. But I think, yeah, maybe there's a part of us hoping that we don't have to go that far. But that's the point of anarcho-tyranny. The point of anarcho-tyranny is punishing people who mean well while rewarding people who mean evil.
Yeah.
So I do think that the only solution in the short term is to not allow it to happen in front of you. I can't tell you how many times I've seen things that I'm like, I keep thinking about the woman who was burned alive on the train. I think about it all the time. And I think just what a snapshot of America that is. Was a New York train, New York City subway train. You know how many people are there?
The Ukrainian?
Huh?
The Ukrainian woman?
No, this was a couple months ago. It's similar to what happened that was in the UK.
What?
The Ukrainian woman where was she?
She was in North Carolina.
She was in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's similar to that, but in New York, I want to say Guatemalan or Honduran guy lit a woman on fire on a subway train, and nobody did a thing, and they just filmed him as he stood there and fanned the flames, and she just burned alive and died on the spot, and all anybody did was pull out their cameras and film it, and even the cops stood to the side. And to me, that sickens me to my core. That sickens me to my core. The fact, and there's video of all of this, and I think if you allow that to happen, and all you do is sit there and film it, and you don't intervene, then God have mercy on you. I don't see how you could possibly think that you did the right thing.
It's kind of like in China, what's happening in China. The Chinese people are kind of the same. There's videos of like guys passing out in the middle of a road and just like lay there for hours.
Yeah.
And just everyone's walking by. And so we're kind of acquiring the same bug mentality.
Well, I mean, we see junkies passing out all the time, you know,
Yeah.
and we see people falling on the side of the road, and I've long since stopped helping.
People care more about dogs and cats than actual human beings.
Well, what do you think that is?
A form of psychopathy, in my opinion. You know, like that doesn't really exist in a way, like medically speaking. But what else do you call it?
I used to, I knew a guy who was a drug addict, and he tried to kill himself, and he actually went to hell. And this is what he said. He said he went to hell, and he saw someone he knew who also killed themselves in hell, burning. And he was given a second chance. He came out of hell and was given another chance at life. And I spent a lot of time trying to talk to this person and help this person. And I would go out of my way for them in many different ways. And every time they would just end up back, you know, in these places where people were doing these hard drugs, and he would end up high again. And at a certain point, I gave up on them. I stopped caring. I stopped trying, because I felt like, what more of a sign do you need to keep going? And how much, what are the limits to my empathy? What are the limits to my compassion? And after that guy, I really just stopped caring about doing anything for drug addicts, because it just seemed like it doesn't matter what you do. They won't help themselves. You can bend over backwards for them. And so maybe I actually have a part of this apathy that I'm talking about, and I would love to justify it. I would love to justify it because I honestly don't see it changing. I'm tired of these people. As much as I care about them, I'm tired of trying to help them because there's nothing. I've never seen it help at all. And so
I keep thinking back to the book of Revelation, where it says that the people are being tortured by these insane beasts over and over again, and at the end it says, and yet they still did not repent. I keep thinking back to that line. It shows a lot. It tells a lot of things. God is still willing to forgive even to that person who went to hell and back, literally, and he still did not. Well, at least outwardly did not repent. It could be the situation with the monk who was an alcoholic, right? Drank 18 bottles of wine a day, and he got to two bottles of wine. And he got to heaven through his struggle. So maybe outwardly he's not doing okay, but
yeah, that's actually a really good point. That's a good story to remember, actually.
Yeah.
It makes me think though about the rich man and Lazarus, because I always think about the rich man and Lazarus and how Lazarus never repented either, and in fact, or the rich man never repented either. And never acknowledged Lazarus's existence. And when he finally did, even in the pit of hell, what he did was command Lazarus to give him water. So nothing changed within him. He didn't even ask to leave, I don't think. He just said, hey, it's hot down here. Give me water. Hey, send Lazarus to give me water.
He's a simple man with simple needs.
So it's like, yeah, it is kind of like that. You know, C.S. Lewis. Orthodox people love C.S. Lewis. Even though he's, you know...
I need to read him.
There's a lot of Orthodox people that like C.S. Lewis. I think I'm one of them. And C.S. Lewis said that hell is locked from the inside.
You know. Well, I heard stories. Some people get out. Maybe there could be chances.
Yeah. I think it was St. Paisios' father. St. Paisios saw his father in hell. And then one day, he saw his father walking up a mountain to heaven, and he asked him if he was all right. And his father said yes. Yeah, things are not so cut and dry. Glory to God. Glory to God. His mercy extends further than we can comprehend. And, you know, that's part of the problem with Western scholasticism that took away all mysteries and led to people revolting against the church and trying to redefine what these things meant with their own scholasticism, their own rigid scholasticism that turned God into a, you know, a Calvinist pre-damning psychopath, or a God that doesn't care what you do as long as you say, I like you, Jesus. You know, this, and they use that same rigor, that same scholasticism that Catholicism used to alienate them, to create their own heresies, which trap them just the same. So yeah, glory to God that Orthodoxy allows for this mystery. Glory to God that Orthodoxy allows for things for us to say we don't know. Charlie Kirk, whoever that douchebag, Orthodox Groiper or whatever his name is, whoever that douchebag is, who said Charlie Kirk is dealing with the toll houses right now and showed Charlie Kirk like screaming and stuff. Whoever that is not, I don't think he's really Orthodox. And if he is, he has a lot to answer for himself if he doesn't repent.
Yeah.
Because we don't get...
I'm in this Facebook group and like priests are saying, not similar things, but like there's priests quoting scripture, when the wicked perish, they rejoice. I forget the exact one.
Yeah.
When the scripture says, when the wicked perish, there's jubilation. This is by a priest, an OCU priest.
OCU.
Yeah, it's a Progressive Orthodox Christianity Facebook group, which is a funny name to have for a Facebook group that's Orthodox.
Yeah, I've seen a couple things like that. I've seen a couple priests that are being that their diocese is looking into some of the statements they've made publicly. And you know, I may be as guilty as those priests for often conflating my personal beliefs with my religious beliefs and allowing the cognitive dissonance or allowing the gray area to go unaccounted for.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, even here in Lithuania, we have a church that is mostly composed of Russians. And we only have one parish that has liturgy in Lithuanian, which I don't think is a good thing considering the youth don't learn Russian anymore. Considering the political situation, right? It's kind of like a contest on who hates Russians more. Even though our metropolitan, somehow we're not getting persecuted, that's a good thing, because our metropolitan is a great diplomat. But I think that has to change. The language, at least the liturgical language of the church in my country, has to change to local.
Well, it will change when more local people convert. I go to a Russian Orthodox church.
Yeah.
And some of it's in Russian because there's some Russians there, but some of it's in English because there's people who speak English there. And as the churches fill up, most churches work with the people in their parish. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I'm now. I expressed these thoughts to my priest, and I was like, maybe we should have more Lithuanian. Okay, you go serve at the altar, and you're gonna read the scriptures in Lithuanian. I'm like, okay, so now I'm doing that. I didn't really want to do it, but
yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like that. Be the change you want to see in the world.
But now I feel really bound to it. I cannot go to my spiritual father who got moved, unfortunately. I'm going this weekend. I'm going today there. But yeah, it feels kind of binding to that parish for me to it feels like more like a duty to go there.
Yeah.
More so than it usually is.
Well, I mean, who knows? This might be part of a path for you. You know, you might become tonsured.
I doubt that because I'm be a terrible priest.
Yeah. Great humility. That's a good thing for a priest to have.
Yeah, I'm the most humble. Well, I'm working on it.
Yeah, we all are.
How's puppies?
They're chilling right now. We got 8 of them.
Oh, wow.
No, 7. 1 passed. Here, I'll show you.
Oh, look at you.
They're getting more vocal and more physical. Maybe their eyes will open soon.
I think like 12 days or so from now is around when their eyes open.
Here you go.
Where are you gonna put them?
Where am I gonna put them? There's no way. I don't like. This was not something we thought through. This is, we throw ourselves in situations. The way Maria and I have always lived is we just throw ourselves in situations and say, let's see what happens, and just trust God that it'll make sense eventually. But we have a very tiny home, and 2 dogs is too much.
Yeah.
And so right now we're trying to decide if we're going to keep any of them or not. But we have a couple weeks to decide. So We're not jumping to any conclusions yet.
Well, God help you with that. Selling
Thank you.
puppies.
Well, yeah, we can make a lot of money selling them. They're Malamutes. They're purebred Malamutes, and they are very, very, like, strong and beautiful dogs. So it's not like we can't, you know, it's not like there's no takers, but it's just a matter of, like, you know, how we feel about that. Mojo,
At least one.
the one that passed away, was unfortunately the one that we were going to name Charlie if he lived. And, yeah, he died. And I buried him, made a little casket for him, filled it with flowers, and buried him. Yeah. It was sad. I talked about it in the members only stream I did earlier today. But yeah. And as much as I felt weird that, you know, the way circumstances happened. Hold on.
The virus of white fatherless liberal women who celebrate Charlie's demise gets solved instantly when you regain your testosterone and expel the Amish.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Hey, Panini, that's me right there, man. I'm simple, bro. I'm simple. You know, but what people were saying earlier is definitely... It definitely made me think, you know? It definitely made me think about... Have I been thinking about God lately? It's not that I stopped trusting him, but I've been thinking thoroughly about the fact that he's still in control. I think about our duties. I think about what falls on us and what we are called to do. But have I been thinking about the fact that he's sovereign? And I think this is the first time I've thought about that in a while. I think that my thoughts have been elsewhere for 3 days, to be honest.
Well, what's the specific thing that you can do? I mean, I'm like, that's the great question to have right now.
I can tell people to become Orthodox.
No, well, that's one thing. When we're talking about action, you're talking about rallying people. Like, you're talking about like a very diverse group of people with different forms of Christianity, evangelicals, Catholics, Orthodox, and it reminds me of the movement that we had in here against the LGBT stuff, and it's like it failed because there was just too many different ideologies, in my opinion. There were Catholics, there were evangelicals, there were just like vague Christians, there were pagans, there were atheists who just happened to have these opinions about the family and the family structure, and it's just kind of the whole movement fizzled out.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like, yeah, we're gonna get the family, but then what's next?
Yeah, I'm not interested in anything ecumenical personally. You know, I'm interested in seeing Orthodox, you know, processions. I'm interested in that. That's a powerful thing. I don't know. I haven't thought about rallying. I haven't thought about rallying people. I don't think I'm really in a position to rally people. At least not.
Few of us are.
Huh?
Few of us are.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess my music is kind of what I'm trying to use to rally people. I'm trying to get people to... I don't know what I'm trying to get people to do. To be honest, I'm just making the music I make, and what comes out is what I'm dealing with. So, but it more and more is becoming very aggressive and militant.
Sometimes you need the anger. We need Rage Against the Machine, man.
Yeah.
Except cool this time.
Yeah. Mad about the robots. That's a throwback to a joke that I made. Never mind.
I was asleep when you made that joke.
No, it was on the reel. But yeah, as far as rallying goes, I'm the only thing I'm trying to get anybody to do is become Orthodox and to be a man. Those are the only things that I'm trying to do these things myself, you know. I'm right there with you, you know. I am exactly like anyone who hears me say that, you know what I mean? I'm not some big tough guy, you know. I'm someone saying that to myself as well.
I think I'm pretty cowardly, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's, we've been kind of raised to be, you know? We've been raised to stay out of it until all of a sudden it became more than we could bear. And now all of a sudden we have like to get a crash course in what all of our ancestors were naturally. So a big part of that is simply not thinking about what they're going to do to you. My dad always told me this. My dad didn't give me a lot of advice in life. But one thing he told me was when you're in a fight, never think about what they're going to do to you. Only about what you're going to do to them.
My dad is here, but he's just kind of like, he's working hard to keep us alive, but in terms of advice, he never really, I don't think I ever hugged my dad too. Just kind of odd. Even though we have a decent relationship, it's just like, you know, when I do get a wife and kids, Lord willing, you know, I'll be a better example.
Well, yeah, that's our job. Our job's to do better than our parents did. My parents told me that. My mom told me that our job is to do better than our parents did. You know.
Well, they didn't tell me that, but it's kind of intuitive.
John Castle's tough. He laughs in the face of danger. Maybe you could teach us all to be tough like you, John. But what I was saying, my point was simply this. Cowardice is thinking too much about the consequences.
Yeah.
Cowardice is paralysis. It's overthinking things in a moment where action is needed. There's a certain point where you have to turn off your mind and just say whatever will be will be. That's something I think that is probably important to have. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe prudence in all things. Maybe.
You can really mess up your kids by telling them that you cannot do stuff. Even when I had like something entrepreneurial-esque, something to do, like maybe build stuff, that kind of stuff. My mom always told me that you cannot do this with your dad. Your dad can do this, or buy stuff. And so at 27, I was like literally afraid to build something because I was told that I cannot do anything or can't do this on my own since early age. So I had to break through that somehow, and I did. Thank God.
Yeah.
You see that patio? I built that.
Hey, that's nice, man.
See this room? I furnished it. I built it. I built my own table. I built my own desk. I did this brick work.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. I had to do it, like, somehow.
Yeah, so you broke through.
I broke through.
Yeah. It's not like a this is who you are and that's final. You know? Nobody has to be set in stone. That's the whole, I mean, if we're Christians, how could we possibly think that our nature is unchangeable? All things are possible through Christ. So, I feel like we have a lot of people here, you know, who are looking at all of this and saying, I didn't think the world was going to be like this. I thought it was going to be nice. I think a lot of people were raised thinking that things were going to be a lot more chill than they are. And when the rug was pulled out from under us, it took a while for people to gain their footing and realize exactly the situation they're in. And even when they did, what their proper reaction should be to that situation. And I think that's actually even what we've been talking about here tonight. Is more and more people are waking up. Each time something like this happens, more and more people wake up. What the devil uses for evil, God can use for good. And so when we see these things occurring, just know that there are a bunch of people around you who the scales just fell from their eyes. And they're probably trying to gain their footing too. And so if you are, well, if you have become sure-footed, then speak up so they know they're not alone.
It's difficult though, being by yourself as Orthodox. My parish is like an hour drive away, which is not a lot compared to American distances.
Yeah.
When I hear other people traveling, an hour is not a lot. But I'm surrounded by people who are not Orthodox, and it feels very lonely. And when I do get to a parish, there's no people my age. It's always like, there's a deacon who I talk to. He's old, but he's a construction guy. He's a mechanic. I talk to him about stuff like that. But,
that's interesting. In America, it's moving very quickly, and we have a lot of people and a lot of young people. Every parish is full of more and more young people. So it's moving very swiftly, actually. I never thought about the idea that in other places it isn't. I just found out that an Orthodox church in London baptized like 200 people last week.
Glory to God.
Glory to God, yeah. But yeah, I guess I hadn't thought about, no offense, you know, I'm American. Haven't thought about Lithuania since I was watching Kill Tony and that weird guy would come on.
No,
What?
he's Estonian.
Oh, he was Estonian, never mind. See? So I've never thought about Lithuania ever.
Great. Now you have a Lithuanian viewer.
I'll try and brush up. Anything I should know?
Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out.
Right on. Right on.
Yeah, we're chilling, relatively speaking. But yeah, Orthodoxy is not very popular here, unfortunately, among young people. What I see online is nihilism, to be honest, for the most part. To be honest, I haven't really looked. I don't really engage in Lithuanian politics or that kind of stuff because American politics is way more interesting, to be honest. Because Trump is funny, and you had a guy who forgets where he is after half a sentence. That watching that was really funny, in a way.
Say it again. Sorry, I got distracted by A Panini. Say that one more time.
Because your politics is way more interesting. You got Donald Trump, who's funny. You had a guy who forgets where he is after half a sentence.
Oh yeah. That guy was crazy. My favorite thing was when he was like, what did he say? Read my lips, and then was like blah 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 blah. Oh, hold on, read my flip. What was his name?
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden. Hold on. What did he say? He was like,
I got kids walking up onto my legs and rubbing my legs and seeing the hair stand back up.
Yeah.
I learned about roaches.
yeah. Wait, he said something. He's like, I have one thing to say to you, or something like that. I have one thing to say. I just have one thing to say. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, they're not gonna let you see it, are they? Oh wait, here we go. I think this is it.
Just have one thing to say.
My favorite was when he said the N-word in the ATI.
What the heck? Never mind. Does anybody know? If anybody has the link, hit me with it. I tried to play it, but it tricked me. Tried to jump scare me with bluegrass metal. Well, why do you think everyone's so apathetic and nihilistic in Lithuania? Why do you think that is? If you had to guess.
Just I don't know, the culture is just lost God. That's what else to say. What else there is to say? People lost God. People are laughing at God. People are laughing at Christianity, and they don't take it seriously. They see what the Catholic Church is doing. They see the people. They don't take it seriously at all.
Well, is it a traditionally Catholic country?
At one point, yes. In history, we had a lot of Orthodox here. It was a majority Orthodox country at one point until one duke decided to side with the Catholics because of the Teutonic Knights, I believe, during the Crusades. Those guys were slaughtering everyone, including Orthodox. And so one duke decided to side with them, and he had a chance of marrying into Orthodoxy with Russia, I believe. One princess was Orthodox, and she was like offering herself up to marriage, but he refused. We could have had help from Russia, I think, but it didn't work out.
I see. So yeah, it's a basic Western nihilism, Catholic nihilism, that sort of thing. Yeah. Just the stuff that comes from seeing a church that's so obviously corrupt.
Well, yeah, the LGBT stuff inside the church doesn't help either. The whole pedophilia. I'm sorry if I'm using Fed words. I'm not really
I don't know. Sometimes I say crazy things and I'll get monetized. I don't know what the rules are.
I'll try streaming.
Yeah, give it a shot. I took iHypocrite's advice. I called in iHypocrite and asked them, about monetizing my channel and stuff. And I told them the type of stuff I do. I was like, I say some pretty crazy stuff according to, I don't know, normies. And I was wondering if I should delete a bunch of videos or anything like that. And he's like, no, just go for it. He's like, the worst thing that can happen is they'll say no to monetization. That's the worst thing that can happen. He said, just do it. And at least try it without deleting any videos first. So I took his advice and did it. And I haven't had any problems.
I won't be doing philosophy or anything like that. I'll be booming.
You'll be what?
I'll be gaming and doing maybe comedy stuff because I like comedy. I think that's the only thing that's keeping me sane apart from orthodoxy.
You say you don't have any Orthodox friends or anything? It's just you out there alone being Orthodox? That's rough, man. We'd take you over here.
Yeah, let me travel real quick to America. Let me move.
We like people that build. You can stand in front of a Home Depot.
We'll work for food?
Yeah, well, you don't have to say that. We'll just know. We'll just drive up in a truck. Don't worry about it. We have it's like a known thing, It's something we just get.
We'll drive by with this messed up looking truck, get in.
Yeah, jump in the back and you'll have a real American story. It'd be pretty cool. And then you'll look back and you'll say, yeah. And now I'm, I don't know, princess or some sort of landowning man.
What?
I just thought it'd be funny to say princess. It wasn't a personal attack.
Do I need to tie my hair now or what?
Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad. I thought I apologize. I thought you were a princess. My bad, dude. No, I was just saying princess because I thought it'd be funny. You could be anything. Apparently, according to, the things they said to us in the 90s. Huh?
I'll establish my own princessdom.
Yeah, is that a thing? That's the first I've heard of that word.
I'll make it a thing.
Well, there you go. And in America, you can. In America, you can make up a thing and just be it. They do it all day long.
Yeah.
Well, hey, thank you for coming on, man. I appreciate it. It's
Yeah.
good to put a face on you, Turbo Diesel. Please come on again, and don't lose hope, man. I'm sorry that you don't have any Orthodox people to talk to out there, but you have Orthodox people over here, and we're rooting for you.
Yeah, that's the only place I find them is on the internet. I have a lot of internet friends.
Well, go out there and tell these people about Orthodoxy. Watch Jim Bob. He's good at talking about it. And then go tell other people about it. And then be the guy. Be the beginning of the avalanche of Orthodoxy in Lithuania.
We will be the guy.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, you freaking will.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pumped.
All right, thanks for coming on, man.
Bye, Tony.
Take it easy, bro.
God bless.
God bless you too. Yeah, you can't stop progress is a great eye-opener for normies. That's very true. It's very true. I stopped watching it. It's too much. It was too much. I used to watch it every time it came out. My wife and I would sit there for 2 hours and just get inundated. And then I would just like try and live in the world. And I was bad at it. I had to stop watching it because I have to... You don't become a saint by focusing on evil. Not that I'm like anything like a saint, but you know what I mean? That sort of thing. It's very true. I think that was Paisios said that. Saint Paisios. It's very true. You focus on the evil and it overwhelms you. Another thing Saint Paisios said is, I would lose my mind if I did not know that God has the last word. So, I think this was a good thing, not that I'm done right now, but I think this was a good thing for me, because I've been wrestling a lot with feeling like I have to do things to people that are bad, and not wanting to, or really wanting to, and not knowing... I don't know, man. I'm just a guy, I'm just a guy who, I'm not impervious to any of this. So I see all this stuff happen and it really affects me. And sometimes I can't, it takes a while for me to think these things through,
Things move fast in that there is mostly no language barrier. EU is not unified, not really.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's very true. That's a false unity. Doesn't have to be that way, though. Doesn't have to be that way. Well, let's worry about what we're doing over here. I don't know how to get the Brits to save Britain, I don't know how to get the Irish to save Ireland, except for make the song Kneecap available, and I did. But I can't make them listen to it, If you guys know any Irish people, send them this song. Where is it?
Kneecap.
Kneecap. Hold up, I'm going to send it. If you guys know any Irish people, send them this. But I can't make them do anything. I can't make anybody do anything. I can barely make myself do stuff. I can barely make myself do stuff. Don't say R.I.P. Ireland. It's not over for Ireland. It's not over. It's not over. Ireland has dealt with a lot. They know how to maintain their identity. But yeah, I struggle with all this stuff. And, I want to be like someone who is like, I want to be someone who knows what to do. I want to be someone who has the answers. But I'm not going to convince myself I am if I'm not, Though I do think I'm right. I do think my response was correct. I do think we need to stop hiding our power levels. I do think we need to stop being quiet. I do think that we need to stop letting evil occur in front of us and stop being bystanders. And I think that goes a long way. But I thinking today and having these conversations has really made me realize that we also need to recognize that God is sovereign and it's in God's hands. And whatever will be, and we accept it. You're my guru, Tony. Oh, gosh. Poor guy. Poor Aaron. I feel bad for Aaron. Well, if nobody else is going to call in, I don't want to waste anybody's time. J-Tunk, forgive me. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, J-Tunk. Forgive me. I was wrong, buddy. That's why I apologized so many times, bro. On the comment section of that video, I apologize to you.
Does he want to call in?
You forgive me, please. But feel free to call in. Let's talk. Oh, I'm so glad you're here, J-Tunk. Man, that makes me happy. I am so glad you're here, J-Tunk. I felt so bad about how I acted on Wednesday. Ah, glory to God. I'm so glad to see you, man. I was out of pocket, bro. I misdirected my anger towards you. And I really am sorry. I love you too, J-Tunk. Oh, man. Yo, that just made my freaking day, bro. I'm so glad to see you, man. Holy crap. You don't know how much I've thought about this the past couple days. I've felt so guilty about the way I acted on Wednesday, man. I really did. Wow. St. Paisios said America would be a godly nation. I think this is the time Orthodox Christians are supposed to shine brightest. Yeah, and I think that's important. And so maybe I'm wrong, maybe. But, Orthodoxy is the reason people are becoming Orthodox is because of its strength. And its strength comes from Christ. Its strength comes from the blood of the martyrs. Will the call-in show be a regular thing? I don't know. I just felt like doing it today. I didn't want to do shows over. I didn't want to do dancing and listening to music. Not that I won't play music potentially, but like it just was like, well, we go party? It just seemed it seemed in bad taste. I feel like I've been in bad taste all week. I've been regretting so many things I did this week, My intentions were good, but I felt like I've had a lot of missteps. I'm not sure. And the conversations I've had tonight have really made me think. Especially the one with that weird guy with the accent. What was his name? Especially with Ricky. Bricky. Not really food for thought right there.
He was funny.
I think he called me a CUNT and told me he was going to steal my wife.
No, he didn't.
Pretty sure he did.
Couldn't understand him anyways.
Couldn't understand a word of it. He might have been saying nice things. It was just... You like the monologue call-in shows the best? Well, This is an ever-evolving thing we have over here, but I will take that into consideration. Sometimes I feel like I have run out of things to say, you know, and I want to keep... I feel I feel a definite push to keep saying things because people are watching, and I'm like, okay, well, they can't just sit there. They're not just looking at your eyebrows. I mean, they are looking at your eyebrows, but they're not just looking at your eyebrows. They want to hear you say stuff. Oh, no, I liked Bricky. Immediately liked him. Wanted to hang out with him. Wanted to move to Britain. Old Britain. The Britain in my mind that doesn't exist, you know? The Britain in the TV show Spaced. Do you know that show? Yeah, Bricky came on. Bricky on a Rant came on. First thing I did was kick him off.
It was funny.
What'd he say? He called me a name, and I was like, okay, well, this was a mistake, and I just hung up. But then I thought better, reopened the room, and he came back, and I actually really liked him. He was cool. He's a cool guy. And he complimented me a lot, and so that was nice. I like when people say nice things about me. Britain from your parents' picture book. He said he's from Newcastle.
He didn't sound British. That didn't sound like a British accent I had ever heard.
He said Newcastle. You know, I don't know. I'm not really good with the topography of Britannia, but I think Newcastle is in the UK somewhere. Foggy old London town. Yeah. The Britain in my mind. The Britain in my mind. Which does not exist. The Britain in Simon Pegg movies. Which does not exist. Do they even have fog anymore? Or is it just Muslim farts? You didn't laugh? My wife didn't laugh. I swung big there, and now I feel stupid.
I didn't hear you.
Why did I say that?
I wasn't listening.
You guys hate me, dude. I'm so fat.
Oh my god, stop it.
Warning, this is a joke. Your suck had to counter signal for the meme. The joke has ended. Thank you, Organized Insanity, for laughing. Yeah, so we started to get things in order over here. We got rid of a bunch of carpets because they were covered in, like, I don't know. I don't know what comes out of a woman when she's giving birth, but...
It's a dog, first off. It's a dog.
Yeah, okay. True. I guess it's not technically a woman. My woman dog. Anyway... Stuff came out, and now we've lost a lot of rugs. But things are starting to even out. Maybe I'll even be able to go to church. Not positive, because we kind of have to keep constant eye. Wait, we have a guest. Hello, do you hear me?
Hey, Tony, it's Dustin.
Hey, Dustin, how you doing?
Good, man. I wanted to meet you because I've been in your chat a little bit. Thought it'd be cool to come chat with you a little.
Yeah. Good to meet you, man. What's on your mind?
Oh, I just kind of want to introduce myself. We've chatted a little bit. You read out my chats. I'm the saxophone guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep, so...
Is it Dustin S?
Dustin S.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Have we talked on Twitter?
I sent you a message, but nope, you ghosted me, bro.
Did I? It might have got buried, dude. Twitter sucks, dude. I would not have intentionally ghosted a saxophone player because I am a big fan of saxophone.
Nice. Yeah, usually people are. I made a pretty good living. Going around the wineries in my little area, just playing on weekends with a little jazz trio. It was fun. It was good times. It was good times.
I'm looking for it. What name?
Dustin S. My Twitter handle is FruitBum1. If that's
I
what
got
it's
you.
showing
I see
as.
it now. What I did
Cool.
was instead of responding, I accepted the request, and then I don't know what happened afterwards. But I did accept the request, and so that's not technically. I guess I did ghost. Here, let me remedy that right now. Yes, I want to. I will tell you. I will keep you. What do you think I should say to you? I will keep you in mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just, I'll lay a track that just is like begging for this fat sax to just rip into it.
Yeah. Well, no, that's weird and pause. But I won't say. You know what? I'll put it in my own words, and I'll just say hi.
Hi.
That's it.
And I love you.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, I won't be saying fat sacks, that's for sure.
But
so what's on your mind, man?
oh man, just I don't know. I always feel like I want to get out of politics, you know?
Yeah.
Like since becoming Orthodox. I'm not baptized yet. I've been an eternal catechumen because of logistics. But since becoming more Orthodox, I've just overall lost a lot of interest in politics. You know, like you get into it, and I was into politics beforehand, and then kind of got like monarchy pilled and learning more history, and it's like, man, it's like leave it in God's hands.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
But they keep pulling me back in, man. They keep pulling me back in.
Yeah, this pulled me back in. You know, I try and make a point of not going on Twitter, and you know, they had to tell me about the thing that happened in Washington, D.C. I was watching ESL earlier, Exposing Powerful Lies, EPL, sorry. And he was saying how if Trump didn't get elected, his town would have been overrun by Somalis, and it was. But then Trump got elected and literally made them all leave. And now he has the town that he grew up in. I didn't know that. But that matters, you know? That mattered deeply to him, you know? So it definitely made me think, you know, there are things going on and they do matter, but I don't know. Where's the line? Where's the line?
Well, you know, local is obviously something that can be really impacted. You know, however you can do things locally is probably a good thing. I think that's probably where we all should kind of focus our energy if we can, but it's not quite as dopamine filled as, you know, nationwide rage.
Yeah. Well, I've done some local stuff. We used to have a Jewish mayor, and I walked during 2020.
Provo super chatted $10. Fresh stream.
Provo, what up? Dude, please feel free to jump on at any point if you want, man. I would love to have you. The only reason I'll tell you why if you jump on. I'll tell you the thing. Remind me to tell you a thing. That'll probably work. What was I saying, Dustin? Sorry.
The Amish mayor.
Oh yeah, he during COVID he shut down everything and tried to enforce a mask law, but then had his wife open a restaurant and left it open. And there were protests, and I walked around a sign that said "Wear the mask, goy," and people would come up to me and they'd be like, what does your sign mean? And I would tell them about the Amish and what was going on and why this behavior is very common. And I remember having a conversation with somebody. They were like, that can't be true because Ben Shapiro's good. And I was like, actually, no, Ben Shapiro's bad, friend. Ben Shapiro's bad. And we got rid of that mayor.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's actually really surprising that there wasn't more pushback because, you know, like I've had friends that I've known for years, and as soon as you start bringing up things, the excuses of, you know, like you were saying, oh, but there's this exception, or like, you know, whatever other excuses, and it's like, but no, that's not like the relevant thing, you know. It's like, oh, but you know, God's chosen people and God still loves them, right? And it's like, well, of course he loves them, but you know, dude, but that's not what I'm saying, dude. It's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, and this is something that people should learn about. People should learn about Sabbatai Zevi and Jacob Frank and what these people started. They should learn about Kabbalah and the idea that the Amish, I'm going to be careful right now, the Amish can use sin to be holy. They basically came up with this whole mindset, and Sabbatai Zevi, or Shabbata Savai, I don't know how you say it, but if you type it the way I just spelled it, you'll find out. He preached a gospel, I don't want to say gospel, but he preached an idea of salvation through sin. And Jacob Frank took that and ran with it, and Sabbatai Zevi converted at least half the Jewish world. Before them were the Conversos, and the Conversos, many of them were forced conversions into Catholicism, but many of them were voluntary conversions into Catholicism, and that is where they learned to live in both worlds. So the only thing that you're dealing with in the modern world is people who can say that they're on your side while operating against you because it's permitted. If it was a Satanist with freaking, you know, a pentagram on his head doing it, you would say, oh, this guy shouldn't be leading us. But right, because it's someone who is comfortable making you think there's someone they're not, you continue to treat them as something they're not. When in fact is this the Church of Satan pales in comparison to the synagogue of Satan.
Panini super chatted
Satan appears as an angel of light.
Tikkun Olam Max Singh.
Tikkun Olam Maxing. Yeah, you should look into it. It's really crazy. It's very crazy. These ideas and how they spread. The idea of basically taking all of the Torah and doing the opposite of what it says. And that's in the 1600s. Actually, Sabbatai Zevi came to be known and was at his peak in the year 1666, which is an interesting number. And it's also the year that they took the Reformation. No, but it's also the year that the Deuterocanon was removed from the King James Bible. But before that, you had the Kabbalah, where there were already seeds for this idea planted about going into the depths of hell to redeem fragments. I forget what they call them. And essentially that was a metaphor for using sin, becoming evil in order to redeem evil, and all these weird things. And before that, of course, there was the Talmud. So these sorts of practices were baked in for a very long time of being allowed to lie, being allowed to deceive, being allowed to make people think you're something you're not. There's a long history from Talmudism to Conversos to Sabbatai Zevi to Jacob Frank. And if you ignore that and simply listen to what they say and ignore what they do, I don't know what to tell you. I do not know what to tell you.
Baby.
Yeah.
Turbo Diesel said to ask him how he taught Tristan Haggard everything he knows.
How did you teach Justin Haggard everything he knows? Tristan Haggard.
Tristan Haggard. You mean Chase? Well, I mean, I taught Tristan first, and then Chase saw my greatness, and he wanted to learn too. So, you know, I mean,
I see. Provo, 1 second, bud. Sorry.
I kind of pop in here and there. You know, I'm kind of like the hidden shadow master of the Orthodox internet world that nobody really knows. You know, I mean, people talk about Jay Dyer's handler, but I'm not going to say it's me, but, you know.
Wow.
What is it he knows?
Might be.
Please, Sensei, teach me what's going on. Provo, you're audible, just so you know.
You guys are having a good conversation.
All right, let me.
Is this guy your brother, by the way? You guys look related on some.
Do we look related?
Do we?
I mean, it's probably just the big beards with this. Maybe the eyebrow. Tony's got bigger eyebrows than me, though. But
yeah,
you look brothers in Christ. That's close enough. Related.
We are
best kind of brothers.
Best kind of brothers.
No,
Number one type
it's just
brother.
a long joke, long-standing joke that I always like to try to throw out there, where I say that whenever Chase goes on, I'm always in the comments being like, I taught Chase everything he knows, because, you know, like Tristan Haggard and I go like way back to like 2013, and Tristan was the one who got me into Orthodox.
Oh, that's great.
I was really good friends with him. So,
well,
I'm jumping in. I don't know exactly what you guys were discussing previously, so.
Well, we kind of went all over the place.
It makes it a little bit awkward. And
yeah, you just jump right in, but that's okay. I invited you on. But I am trying to figure out how I want to navigate this.
We could talk about anything. What was the topic you guys were discussing?
We were
getting out of politics and getting pulled back in, and then kind of how we have to navigate that.
Yeah.
I was discussing that a little bit earlier about how everyone, like events like what recently happened, everything becomes political. In my friend group, in my text group, everyone's all of a sudden political, where I kind of want to get back to just being friends, because I have disagreements with some people. I'm like, I wish I could just talk to you like a person, and almost like as if things don't matter anymore, but they do matter. And I try to change the subject with them, but they just get drawn back with every new news cycle now. So like something new comes out and it's political again. And it's like, it's tough to do that. Like I want to get out of the political discussion with some people and just have a normal discussion. But even then I get bored by those, because like, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like what's the point of having a fruitless conversation or anything of that matter? But if you guys have tread that topic pretty well, we could
no, that's really interesting. You know, that's something we haven't talked about, and kind of, I don't know why, but it reminds me of like what we were saying about Britain earlier. Is like, I have this idea of Britain, and I want that idea of Britain to exist, and I'm having a hard time letting go of my idea of Britain, of my idea of France, you know, of these places, because they're gone. They don't exist. They just exist in my head and in storybooks and TV shows and movies. And it's kind of a similar thing where it's like, we want to be able to just be people and have friendships and live a normal life, but there is no normal life anymore. And that's kind of like why I think this thing that happened on Wednesday is so, why the killing of Charlie Kirk is so significant, is because I think it's made a lot of people realize that it's like, yeah, we can't just like, we're not going to be able to just pretend that everything's normal. It's not normal. But that desire for normalcy, that desire for a sane life can drive you to keep pushing forward towards that. But unfortunately, it seems like we have to leave behind what was, and that's not fun. It's not fun at all.
I think Charlie Kirk was kind of an icon for the, in a way, fence sitter, but a normie kind of right-wing guy.
Yeah.
So with his death, that got killed. They literally killed the imagery. It's like an occult ritual, like the killing of the king, you know, like they did with Tsar Martyr Nicholas II. It's killing the image of the father and it's intended to invert everything satanically to where the lower rungs are stronger than those above patriarchally, right? But I think this time it feels different in a way. It's almost like you're not allowed to fence sit anymore if you're on the right. You can't just be like, I just want to work my job as in propane and propane accessories and barbecue on the weekend with my Laotian neighbor. You just can't do that anymore. I mean, you still can and you should, but there needs to be a little bit more of a fire under your ass now, and I mean, I think we could, it could be a really good catalyst to get people to really get to church, get themselves grounded so they're not pushed around with all these waves. I mean, I'm seeing lots of posts on Twitter like, I need to go to church now.
Yeah, and I think the being pushed to the sides and making less and less room for middle ground has been happening for a long time. And when they see these sorts of acts of brutality, I think what it does is open a lot of eyes, especially when you see the reactions to the acts of brutality, when you see the people cackling and laughing and making jokes about this man who is better than most of us, regardless of the fact that he had these compromises, that are these philosophical, political, theological compromises that we can't accept. We can't deny that he was a good man, a family man, and willing to do things that a lot of us weren't. And that is have these conversations with people calmly and over again, in hopes that a bridge could be made. It was like, no, this bridge has collapsed, and now there are two sides, and people are, that can be a good thing in a way. It's a horrible thing what happened, but it can be a good thing if the right claims its identity, especially if the right claims its identity in orthodoxy, and we start to create a new shared identity, which would kind of push to what Provo was talking about a minute ago. Because a shared identity makes it so these things can stop being mulled over, stop being brought up, and we can just be people again.
It's a good point, yeah.
And I mean, you guys both laid down. Sometimes I have conversations with people, and this guy on the, sorry, I don't know your
Dustin.
name. Dustin?
It's Dustin. Nice to meet you, Provo.
Nice to meet you as well. Well, when you shared your point of view, I was taken aback.
Oh,
because,
thank you.
I mean, you got more behind you than the beard. You got a big old brain there. And your perspective.
I'm lazy. We'll just call it laziness. How about that? It's a sin I need to take care of. How about that?
I got that sin as well, brother. We're in the same boat here. And with your perspective as well, Mr. Hello Listener, you guys bring new light to my viewpoint. And sometimes with the things you both shared, I'm left feeling, as if stagnant. And I wonder how many people feel that, because like you're saying, people are going to be perhaps maybe motivated or pushed towards something. And I'm still in the thought process of thinking like analysis paralysis or whatever that term is. And I don't know where to move or to think about these issues. And it seems to me everybody's moving pretty quickly, right? So on the right on the left, it's just more building of their defenses. And like Tony said, or Hello Listener rather, the bridge is gone. So what do you do after the bridge is gone? You build up your defenses and you ensure what you have. And I'm still kind of left in the dust of what's happened, and I don't even know how to think about where our country is or where things are going or how things are. And craving the nostalgic of having a normal conversation.
Yeah.
But that is gone, 100%. And like, how do you get back to that? Maybe it is, through some form of conflict, whether, a verbal conflict or a disagreement or voting. But it does seem as though like both sides are at a complete impasse.
Yeah.
And Charlie Kirk was the person who was that bridge, or was somebody who was willing to have that discussion. And I've listened to things where like people called him a fascist and a Nazi and all these things where it's like, from my perspective, the guy was milquetoast. Like the guy was bland.
Yeah.
Like it didn't even seem extreme at all.
That's how
people,
everyone feels on the right.
Yeah, like,
not to interrupt.
And so I'm confused by it all, and I'm still stuck in this analysis paralysis, like I said, and I really don't know what to make of it. But I think talking about these things is like being an archaeologist or a paleontologist, where the more it's beneficial to talk about it, because if you talk about these things, you're digging up things, you're digging up new thoughts, new ways of thinking about things. And I think that's one of the most important things people should be doing right now, is not hiding or shying away from this issue at all. I think it needs to be talked about and discussed even more so than ever.
Yeah. I think I want to say a couple things about that. One thing is the nostalgia thing is it has been a big issue for millennials specifically, because we got to exist in a different world and it got shattered in front of us, and it kind of left us paralyzed. It kind of left us like hoping an adult would come and put it back together, and no one ever did. No one cared. And it became, a lot of people kind of regressed into an infantile state. And I think a lot of the movements of like the 2010s and stuff like that, like furries and bronies and all these things, are kind of a testament to that. This sort of eternal adolescent thing was the kind of a response to watching the world change in front of you and feeling powerless to do anything about it. And so nostalgia can be very detrimental, but it can also be used as a propellant, because we do know what we lost, and we do know how good life can be. Even if it was an illusion, we do know that it can be better than this. And without that knowledge that things can be better, without that understanding that things can be better, we're doomed to just wallow in cynicism forever. So don't be nostalgic. Be invigorated to return to something like that. And I do think the only way we can is to forge a new identity, claim it, and fight for it with everything we have. I think Provo, you kind of were able to almost, my impression from watching you, and I've been watching you for a while now, it felt like you were able to stave this off longer than a lot of other people, because you lived in this Mormon environment, which was very kind of closed in. And it seemed like to a large extent, you were able to not deal with some of the things. And it's like when you would talk, it was like, I loved listening to you talk about these things, because it was like, it felt like I don't see any of it, but I remember it. I remember the things that you would talk about seeing. And now it's like, this happened right by your home. And I can't imagine. I imagine, I understand why you would be in a state of just like, I don't even know what to do right now. But
I graduated from that college, actually.
Wow.
And I used to, when I went to that college, I got a minor in constitutional studies. So I used to help prepare all the events like he would have had. So I set up events for Mr. Fisher. He was I think it's, I don't want to say Larry Fisher, but just different people. I'm forgetting all their names right now, but I would be responsible for setting up all that stuff. When there were conservative things on my campus, I'd be responsible for putting the chairs out, putting up the banners, putting up the posters on that school. So that campus, for me personally, like I've tread every part of it.
Yeah.
And I've been to a lot of events there. So it was kind of, for me, it was surreal, right? Because now everybody knows Utah Valley University.
Yeah.
But when I graduated from it, nobody had a clue about it. But it is a strong conservative campus on some levels. We do have a whole section of our school and our library consecrated to the Constitution and conservative values. It is a conservative school, and like I saw, a lot of different things about it, but yeah, it was interesting to experience that because, I mean, when I went there, it was, we call it UVU High, Utah Valley High School. It's where everybody goes in Utah Valley if they don't get into Brigham Young or Utah University, or University of Utah rather. So like that's where everybody in my high school or in my regional area, they all went there. So even when you went to that college, it was still tight knit. Like you knew people from high school, from junior high, and everybody kind of knows each other there.
Yeah.
There's not too much diversity, to be honest. It's like where you go if you're not too smart.
But it's kind of a beautiful thing, man. It's kind of a beautiful thing, despite, the fact that, it's Mormon and, not crapping on Mormonism, but you know what I mean? It's like...
You could shit on it.
Well, yeah, despite the fact that it's Mormon, it's, I don't know. I've never met a Mormon I didn't like, because they, they do have this sense of family and they do have this sense of, duty and stuff like this. And this stuff really, it matters on earth, And so to have a somewhat insulated community of that, to grow up in that community, and after you grow up, still be in it to the point where you name yourself after it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's, I feel like you're like, I don't know. I see you and I just think like, it's like you didn't get jaded. Yeah. It's, you know what I mean? And everyone else did, and it's like, it's kind of like one of the reasons I've always like watched you is because it just like makes me like, oh man, it just reminds me of a better life, dude. It just reminds me of a better world. And, so yeah,
that is Utah County, Utah culture where, I was sharing this earlier, but in my elementary school, junior high, high school, everyone looked like me, quote unquote white. Everyone had the same religion, Mormon. Yeah. Nobody was different. We were all a part of the same in-group.
Yeah.
And that's gradually changing throughout Utah right now. But like the individual responsible for this occurrence, who committed this, allegedly this grievous act on Charlie Kirk. I shared this earlier. He's a dime a dozen as far as what I've seen from my culture, where I've seen in my friend group, people grew up in a Mormon household. And all of a sudden they encounter the internet, they encounter a different culture, and they throw everything away and they push back, like, how did this guy do this? Well, I have friends in my friend group who hate everything about the state of Utah, hate the culture, hate everything, conservative values. And they grew up in a Republican, conservative, viewpoints. And they grew up and all of a sudden they maybe went to college or they got a different perspective and they hate it.
Yeah.
They dislike it. And whoever did this, the guy who did it, if that was him, I have friends who are just like him, who admonish the LDS Church, admonish, the culture they grow up in, and despise their Republican parents Like that kid's no different than many of my friends or many people I've known who, and part of it is coming to the realization that the church isn't true.
Yeah.
Right. And that's a big part of it. Like their parents were lied to. They're idiots.
Yeah.
They believed in the LDS church. Oh, well, they're also Republicans. You know, they're stupid.
They must be wrong about everything. They must be wrong about everything. Yeah, yeah.
100%. And I've been talking to my friends who are just like them, just like that guy, who are chirping in my group, my friend, like the kids I went to high school, junior high with, and they're Democrats. And, it's difficult because I know the same things they do, but I love my culture, the Mormon culture, even though I know it's wrong. I'm a conservative.
Yeah.
And when they found out whatever they found out, they threw everything away, and they don't want to be associated with it at all.
Well, I mean, Mormon culture isn't necessarily a problem. A culture of families celebrating, living together, communities, tight-knit communities. That's what most things were throughout history, Yeah. What the difference is, we've been literally brutally subverted for 100 years, and so we've lost that while you guys held on to it.
Solved peacefully. Generations of neglect and inaction led to the present day.
Yeah, that's true. That's kind of what I was saying. Thank you, A. Panini. But yeah, so it's not that it was that culture that's the issue, but the fact that they reject all of it, they throw the baby out with the bathwater, and now you're seeing the same stuff happen over there. Like I said, I've always really liked Mormons. I've always found them to be incredibly kind, and so it's no attack on them. It's an attack on the false belief system that they were, led to believe in. But that thing could exist again. It just has to exist as orthodoxy, period. There's really no other way. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier in the shows. There is no Roman Catholic version of a better future, because the Roman Catholics are the reason we're in this mess.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this too, because I've attended Catholic Mass, I've attended liturgy, Greek Orthodox and ROCOR, and in my search between these two, it is hard to reconcile like the papal. Is that how you pronounce it? Papal. The papal supremacy and their views on certain things where that's disseminated all the way down. And even I'm learning about this with the Orthodoxy, like there's different branches of it and they have different interpretations, but
there's not different interpretations. The canons are the same. There's cultural, like, in a Russian Orthodox church has different traditions, but as far as, the actual theology, it's the same regardless of where you go.
Yeah, I appreciate that correction. But when I look at the Roman church, where the Pope is having to give clarifications about gay marriage and this and that, it's just hard. Growing up as a Mormon, we have a Mormon prophet, and it's kind of the same routine. Like, well, whatever the Mormon prophet says, then that's the new rule. And I'm like, oh, I don't know how to reconcile with that. Like, I disagree.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that leads me more towards Orthodoxy in the current moment, is just the foundation and the solid ground Orthodoxy stands on, where you don't really have to deal with that at all.
Yeah, that's another thing we were talking about a little earlier. Sorry, Dustin, you haven't talked to me. Let me say one thing though.
Go ahead. No, I'm chilling.
Okay. That's another thing I was talking about earlier, is this: people aren't attracted to Orthodoxy because of liberalism and and compromise. People are attracted to Orthodoxy because of strength and solidness, and I was thinking that also about Mormonism, is like, It's the same thing, you know. It's the same thing of constantly updating theology to go with the times. That's not a church. That's just the world, you know.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a good insight. And I don't know a whole lot about Mormonism, but I have been looking into it a little bit more because I've been talking with some people online that are Mormons, and it really is basically the same thing. They just replaced the Pope with like Joseph Smith and whichever prophet is currently standing, you know, to where it's like, here's our decree and here we go. You know, it's like, okay, it doesn't even have to make sense really. You just end up having the rest of the church like lawyering through and trying to cope with how it's not a contradiction, or even if it is, it's like, oh, well, that was then, and you know, that was just for that context then. Actually, it wasn't universal back then, it was just contextual. So but this one is now universal, maybe, unless if something new comes up. But it's madness, you know. And I was actually going to ask you, Provo, is it a common thing, since you kind of have the demographic mindset of what happens to people when they become Exmos? Do they? It seems to me like they just go straight to atheism.
100%.
Like they're so bound up in their little community. Like they get, once the floodgates open, they're just like, woo, gone. You know, like they have no gauge of having some kind of groundedness in Christianity while living in the world. It's like a complete sheltered Christianity. And it's like when the white man introduced alcohol to the Native Americans. They had no sense of boundary, so they just all became alcoholics, you know?
Well, I think from my personal experience, yes, all the ex-Mormons, it's boom, wipe the hands, done with God, done with religion, don't want to be a part of it. And at most maybe agnostic. I have a friend who dabbles in Buddhism thought, but it's all fake.
It's traumatic.
It's all fake. I was lied to. Not only is the LDS Church a cult, but Christianity's a cult, and you know, it's a temple of lies, and because their whole world schema fractures. And when they have to just deal with the fact that their Jesus is a lie because their Jesus is a lie. Jesus overall is a lie. And they're dealt like when you take in anti-Mormon rhetoric, it's also sometimes coupled with debunking of like the Old Testament or like Noah's Ark or Jesus, like where everything when they consume anti-Mormon rhetoric, they take in all anti-Christian rhetoric, where they just, it's all wrong. And Jesus Jesus wasn't even a real person. So they don't like ex-Mormons, from my experience, they don't just encounter anti-Mormon rhetoric. They usually engage in anti-Christian rhetoric. So they don't stop themselves at the door where it's just anti-Mormon. They go all the way. They say like, well, if the church is wrong, is Jesus Christ wrong? Is, the Old Testament a lie? They don't ever stop and check themselves. They just go all the way through and then indoctrinate themselves in atheistic beliefs.
And really quick, what I notice is everything that Mormons use to argue is the same methodology that atheists use. They're like, oh, look, the Book of Mormon is true because of this archaeological thing over here. Or like, I can make this kind of physical evidence claim over here that supports the Book of Mormon. It's all very empirical, right? So their foundation is empiricism. So when it comes to empiricism, it's just atheists have been dominating the empirical realm so long, and that's why they're struggling so much with the Orthodox apologetics. It's like, we're just like, no, what makes your empiricism good? We go on the philosophical route. We go a deeper route than even. I mean, we argue philosophy, but it even goes a bit deeper. There's a bit of a experiential and personal connection that we try to offer people.
Well, I think.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, Mormons don't seem to do that.
Yeah. Well, with Mormon empiricism, as you might put it, that's also like one of their downfalls, because the empirical evidence for the Book of, the Book of Mormon. In the Book of Mormon, it talks about metallurgy. So, like in the Book of Mormon, there's metal weapons, and the Book of Mormon takes place in North America, but there's no evidence of metallurgy in North America. So, like that's kind of also their downfall. On some levels, like when you look into it, like then there's the church owns, I think it's in New York, where the battle on the hill of Cumorah takes place.
Yeah.
So like if there was evidence of that battle where metal weapons were used, the church should dig those weapons up and display them. But obviously there's no digging up of those weapons.
Yeah.
Or archaeological excavations occurring, because that doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
The stories in those in the Book of Mormon just flatly, at least if the Book of Mormon was true and there was a hill of Cumorah, it's not where the church bought the property. They have no clue where it is, and if they, it just none of it really lines up with empiricism. And so, like if you're saying what you're saying, Dustin. That's like one of the reasons maybe people leave the church is when they come to the grips with the reality. Like if you take a hard look at these things, things start to fall. That's what happened with me, because I love history. I loved Indiana Jones. When I found out this was in America, and I was like, well, where's the evidence? And they're like, well,
Well, it's there, dude. It's there. We'll find it eventually. We just gotta keep digging.
Yeah.
But,
I wanted to be the guy who found stuff. Like I wanted to find these battles, or like as a young kid, because I watched Indiana Jones pretty young, and I wanted to. My dad told me like you can be like him. You can go dig stuff up. But you can't do that really with the Mormon Church.
Yeah.
I've got an argument that I formalized. It's quick, I promise. So tell me what you think of this, Provo. And I've got one friend and one LDS friend on Discord that I sent it to a few days ago, and he's like, he sent a GIF back. He's like digging a hole. He's like me trying to dig myself out of this hole. He's a chill guy. He watches Jay Dyer, so maybe one day he'll leave. So anyways, premise one, the priesthood authority in LDS is necessary for valid sacraments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Premise two, all non-LDS priesthood authority was lost after the apostles, the great apostasy, right?
Okay.
So the Great Commission from Christ commands the full gospel with the valid sacraments to be taken to all the nations, right? Because that's what Christ commanded. He said, go and baptize in all nations in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and I will be with you always, right? Therefore, between the apostles' death and Joseph Smith, the full gospel was not present.
Correct.
This means that either Christ fulfilled the Great Commission or he did not. If Christ fulfilled the Great Commission, then restoration is unnecessary. If he did not, then he failed. In other words, here's the simplified way of putting it. Okay?
That was, to be honest, I'm kind of retarded. I barely followed that, dude. I felt like I was talking to Jim Bob for a second.
All right,
I'll make it really like personable, non-logical. All right.
Okay.
So Mormons say that all of the authority of the priesthood was lost at the death of the apostles, right?
That makes sense.
That's what they teach, right? But you need the authority of the priesthood to be able to baptize people. They say it's not a valid baptism unless if it's an LDS priest, right? Which they have the keys. So therefore, because Christ was telling the apostles to go and baptize everyone in his name, they actually weren't being baptized because it was the people that the apostles sent didn't have the apostolic keys. They didn't have the priesthood authority. So they shoot themselves in the foot because Christ said, I will be with you always to go and baptize all the nations. So either they didn't fulfill the Great Commission until Joseph Smith came around, which means that Christ failed at the Great Commission, right?
Yeah.
Like if there's this period of like apostles all the way up to Joseph Smith, everybody in that period for 1700 years, they were not getting the gospel. That means the Great Commission was not being fulfilled. That means Christ is a false Messiah. So
It means the
Joseph
gates
Smith
of hell prevailed against the church.
right. If Joseph Smith is a true prophet, Jesus Christ is a false Messiah.
Wow.
So, and if Jesus Christ is a true Messiah, that means the gospel was present, and Joseph Smith is a false prophet.
Dang, dude. That's pretty.
That's like the Muslim dilemma flipped around to the Mormon dilemma.
Dang, dude. That's actually like very high level, and it makes sense to me. No, like it's not even. I'm laughing because it's correct. It seems correct. Just on a logical level, it seems correct. And then I'm racking my brain like, well, how do Mormons?
I want to spread it. I want the Mormon dilemma to be out there just like the Muslim dilemma is out there. So think about it this way. It's the simple way to remember it is that if Joseph Smith is a true prophet, then that means all of the people for 1700 years were not actually getting the gospel, because Mormonism specifically, it's different than, this doesn't work for Protestants, because Protestants say, no, you don't need the priesthood authority. Right? You don't actually need the priesthood authority. You can just say, I believe, and get baptized, and you're good to go. So it doesn't work on Protestants, but it does work on Mormons, because they say, no, you need that priesthood authority, and Joseph Smith was the one to restore the priesthood authority. But they shoot themselves in the foot with that, because they go all the way back to the apostles, and they go, oh, right at the apostles, boom, the keys died with the apostles. But that means that everyone that the apostles sent don't have valid baptisms. That means that all of those people for 1700 years were not getting the gospel. That means Christ failed.
But Mormons have the answer, though.
Yeah. I was going to say it.
You don't know we baptize the dead.
No, not just that. Any part that doesn't work with Mormonism is corrupted.
Yeah, but we also baptize the dead. Like, we've baptized all those people, so like it's not even a problem.
But does that mean that? But Christ said during the Great Commission, I will be with you always.
That's through us.
But
and when Christ sent the apostles and to spread the gospel to those nations. So for 1700 years, they had a false gospel. And that means that Joseph Smith now restoring the keys means that Mormons are the ones retroactively baptizing properly.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I
understand.
say yes, we're solving the problem.
Right, you're like closing the loop. That still means that Christ is a false Messiah, and it means that Joseph Smith is the Messiah because he's the one delivering the keys of the authority to spread the gospel to all nations.
I think like a devout Mormon might even just say, yeah, Joseph Smith is the Messiah, though. Like, I think they would just look at that.
Dang, really? They just bite that bullet. That's crazy.
They might, yeah, I think they might. Like, that guy's the real deal. Like, he saw Jesus the Father. He saw everything. He's the man. I like when you talk to Mormons, like, like my closest Mormon friends, they won't engage online, so they don't have social media. They're not on. They're living their life. They don't care about the outside world. So they're never going to encounter your arguments or anybody's arguments. They're going to have, like, one of my friends, he's got 4 kids, maybe 5 soon, and no Instagram, no YouTube, doesn't care about any of the, like, has no clue about Charlie Kirk, just goes and does his job, goes to church on Sunday, not engaged with the outside world, period.
Yeah.
And like real Mormons, like when I grew up, didn't have cable TV. Real Mormons don't have, like when I was growing up, they never had a family computer, no internet. They're almost like it's weird looking back in the 90s, but like almost Amish-like.
Mm-hmm.
And that's changed drastically. There's fewer and fewer of these types of Mormons. And then more modern Mormons are leaving the church because they get the internet. They're hearing your arguments or other people's arguments. But there's always going to be a sect of the Mormons who just won't ever entertain any thought, any media, any entertainment, because church is true. I know it's true. I don't even need to think about it.
Yeah.
I don't need to look like even dabble with other people's thoughts.
For sure.
Fully
Yeah.
indoctrinated.
To be honest, that's how I feel about orthodoxy. You know, I spent a lot of time like, I don't do this whole debate thing because, you know, I did that when I was a Protestant. I said this a lot of times. You know, when I was a Protestant, I cared a lot about debate, but that's because I was standing on shaky ground and everything was kind of up for grabs. Everything was up in the air and you just kind of stacked teachers for yourself, trying to find what the theology was. And that was just kind of, that's how you are a Protestant, you know. Every single person in every Protestant church has a different theology. But once I became Orthodox, I just stopped debating because I don't care. And I don't have the patience for it. And I'm absolutely certain of orthodoxy. And so I just find myself disengaged from the whole idea of it. But I appreciate people who do it, you know, like Jim Bob and stuff like that, because it is extremely effective. But it's not a thing for me, that's all.
Yeah.
I like to do it I like to make it personable, you know. I like to talk with people. I always, you know, ask them, you know, where are you from? What are you believing? What are you thinking right now? You know, and then I'll just kind of give like a gentle pushback of like, why do you think it's that way? You know, do you think, well, what if this is, you know, I try and make it personable anymore. I'm not like a run down the list and you follow the syllogism kind of thing. And, you know, I hang out on Discord there at Jim Bob's server and chat with people when they want to be personable and stuff. And I think that that's a lot more effective. Because if you're just throwing arguments at them, it's not really going to draw them in the same way as if it's like, oh, you know, I talked with Dustin and he gave me some things to think about, but he really seemed like he wanted to know who I am. And that's who I am personally. I do like learning about people. Like Provo, I'm super excited to be able to run these kinds of thoughts by a Mormon, because you're right. I don't get to talk to them. I've only got a chance to talk to two, and they won't engage in this kind of way. They're like off in another world doing their own thing in a way. So it's like, okay, you know.
Hold on one second, Dustin S. We have a newcomer here. State your business. Who is you?
That's too bad. I'll say this, Dustin. Then I probably got to go. But one thing with Mormons in general, like with some of the people I've met, the one thing they will not do is, like, it's so hard to leave a culture, right? So they grew up in it, their neighborhood's in it. Like right now, my neighborhood where I live, and almost exclusively is like all Mormons, right? And with that is security, familiarity, support. And so like to leave, like if there was, and I got into an argument with an Orthodox person where I said, you don't have what Mormons have. We have a culture. Not only do we have a cities, but we have a state where we dominate. And if Orthodox people had a city, if they had a state where people could live, feel like as though everyone was like them, then you could get more of a following easily. But like in Utah, it's you're a part of something. So it's hard to take, you know, people away from that. I think in Utah, it's hard to take them away from that. They take themselves away from it personally. And I think Mormons outside of Utah are a whole different breed of Mormon. But like at least where I live, people just love the comfort. They love knowing their neighbor's the same as them. They go to church and everybody thinks like them. It's a well-knit community.
And you'd be
People are there to
surprised how
help you.
powerful that is. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Actually, I interrupted. Sorry.
Perfectly.
Okay.
Perfectly.
Let me just say this. That is a powerful thing. That is what keeps Muslims Muslim. That is what keeps so many people in their group, is the comfort of being in a group. And it's a lot easier to remain in a group like that if you don't ask those questions and avoid them. And sometimes, to some people, that's worth more. And we see that in every stage of human life. When people, pretend to be someone they're not so they could be part of a friend group, or, kind of augment their personality so they can get along. It's just a sort of extension of that behavior. That's all I want to say.
And I agree with that, guys. I got to go. And honestly, Dustin, fascinating to talk to you. You are a man above my pay grade, sir. And I would enjoy having a conversation with you any day.
Join Jim Bob's Discord server. I'm in there like every day. I'm chatting with people all the time.
I don't do Discord.
Oh, okay. Well,
Jump on Provost's show, Dustin.
Yeah. You
okay.
You come on my show. I don't do open panels too often, but I would
be in the chat.
Yeah, be in the chat. Come to my show. But again, hello, listener. Great show tonight.
Thank
I
you,
didn't
brother.
catch the earlier segment of it, but from what I gathered from this experience, beneficial, fruitful.
Well, thank you for coming on, man. I want to tell you before you go, I only had the courage to jump on Abe's panel because you were there.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, you give me courage. I saw your show. I'm like, well, dang, dude. Yeah, he's talking to people. I want to talk to people. And it is fun. That's like sometimes I niche like panels, or as a content creator myself, because I just have a different perspective where like I'm the show.
Yeah.
But there is something I think greatly satisfying when you do have just conversations with people, because sometimes people have panels and it turns into just bickering or arguing. But when you can have a conversation with people and it is authentic and genuine, like with me and Dustin and you, like that's enjoyable to a great degree. And I don't think there's enough of those, because most people are driven towards conflict content and finding reasons to
judge, hate,
judge and hate. But if you just come and are willing to have a conversation with people, I enjoy that. And thank you, Dustin, for having a conversation with me. And I enjoyed your perspective. I learned a lot, dude. And you definitely helped me see things differently, and I'm forever grateful for people who can help me do that.
Oh man, God bless.
God bless you. God bless you, Tony, and
God bless
whoever's
you,
joining.
Bubba.
God bless you as well. Thank you for the fun night, gentlemen. Have a
Thank
great
you.
weekend.
You too. Hey, state your business. Hello, newcomer.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony.
Hey.
It's me.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Just-
Good to have you back.
Just me, the antagonizing piece of British shit that I am.
I thought you guys said shite.
I haven't come up here. Listen, I have not come up here for a debate. I've come up here for an argument.
All right, let's argue.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with you, Tony. For fuck's sake, you're bouncing around the room like you're going to fucking punch the face off us. It's like you're in the ring now, ready to punch somebody.
I just had to stand. I've been sitting for a while, and I rock when I stand.
Hey, so who's this handsome young chap we have in the middle?
I'm Dustin.
You're dusted.
Dustin F.
Dusted.
Yeah, I see you on VK all the time. I haven't ever gone up there, but
I've never once been on VK. You're an absolute lying
yeah,
bastard.
I'm the liar. Yeah. Okay.
Now,
sure, we'll
Tony's
keep that
lying.
between us.
Tony's lying. I've never been on VK once, right? Okay.
I saw you on Omegle, I think.
I may have won it 6 times. Okay, but that's just an occupational hazard, being a British piece of shit.
I thought you said shite.
Shite.
There you go. That doesn't feel like as much of a curse word on my nice Christian channel for nice whites.
Tony, I'm never going to disrespect a Christian channel, right, okay, by saying derogatory words like shit, right, okay?
Okay.
But I'm
Off to a bad start.
bastard cunt and twat.
Doesn't it sound a bit worse when you say shit instead of shite?
Yeah, I say
just seems
shite.
A little lighter.
It's not a curse for me.
shit. Yeah, shite sounds
Hey.
more like what you do when you own underpants, right? Shit sounds more like what somebody is to you.
Listen,
Right,
stop
so
cursing on my
shite
channel, you bloody shite. Stop cursing on my channel, you bloody shite.
Tony's got it, yeah. He's getting it, yeah. He's getting it. He's getting it.
Use your nice words.
I have no nice word. Tony, I have no nice words, my friend. Look, I am British. I have satire, humor, okay? I am the lowest of the low, okay, when we go of humor, right? But for me, laughter is the best form of medicine, right? Factual.
Wow. Did you come up with that? That's beautiful.
I did share it on some other channel, right? Okay.
No, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful sentiment.
But it is, though. Laughter is the best form of medicine.
It can be awfully good. I mean, sometimes a shot of penicillin is pretty helpful too. But,
Oh,
you know.
no, I'm allergic to penicillin. I'd rather be walking up to music in the morning than a jab of penicillin, right?
Oh,
Or
I'm
some kind
allergic
of
to
antibiotic,
penicillin.
you know, if you're really sick.
Music is a universal language, right? Okay, laughter is the best form of medicine. Knowledge is learned, wisdom is gained, right? Okay, and I am an absolute British cunt that nobody could come close to being like me.
You
Right,
should
okay.
embroider that on a pillow and sell it.
You say, where's Jim Bob's violins there?
Tony, if you saw my pillowcase, mate, right? Okay, you would say I need to wash it.
Yeah, yeah. It's a common problem. All men's pillowcases look like World War II bandages.
It's like if men have socks in their bedroom, right? Okay, they are like soldiers standing up, like attention. Right, okay? They're standing up to attention, you know. But women don't judge us all, right? Okay, we're not all like this, right? It's just most of, right? But thankfully, Tony, me and you both, I don't know about this like handsome young gentleman in the middle, we both have women in our lives, right, that have to put up with us, right, okay? That's on them, right, okay? They've like, you know.
Sorry, my dog decided to jump on my bed, and that's not allowed. Maria, you in?
I'm
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, Bricky, my woman got tired of putting up with me, so I don't have a woman.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, brother.
Listen, if you get to a good church, right, find a good Christian woman, you'll realize that life is all about find a good woman, knuckle down, get on with life. There is nothing more to life than finding a good partner and just getting on with life. Okay, what is more like developmental, right, than finding a good woman and just getting on with life? You know, you could go and sleep with 15 women, okay, right, and have no pleasure at all, right, okay? But as I say, I gave my wife a 60-second Bricky coupon, right, okay, for her
All right.
birthday at 22.
All right.
I've had 4 children,
All right.
children, right, and she still has 30 seconds left. She still has, that's efficiency. That is definitely efficiency. Right, okay. So I've had 4 children within 30 seconds.
Bricky is like, listen here, mate. Live, laugh, love. All right? All right? Now listen here, mate. The more you learn, no one's half the battle. All right, mate? Now listen here, bud. You know, knowledge is power. You hear me? All right, now listen up, brother. In this house, we believe in two things, family and God. You know what I'm saying, my man?
Yeah, and with that, Tony, in this house, I am God.
Okay, wait, I'm trying to think of other platitudes. Hold on.
Don't say
now listen here, bruv. Listen here, bruv. The grass is always greener, right, on the other side of the street. You know what I mean?
Calm the fuck down.
No, I mean no.
You know the grass is greener on the other side.
In it though. In the grass. In it though. In it.
Sometimes my neighbour's grass ain't as green as my fucking grass.
Okay. Your bloody grass. Please, we have Christians watching.
How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat?
Yeah. Mind. Hey, now listen here, mate. All right, and I mean it, innit? Mind your P's and Q's. All right.
Q's.
Look at Tony doing the fucking southern slang. Tony, you need to do northern slang next, right? What's your northern slang? No, you've done southern slang.
All right.
Now, southern slang is a bit like, they're called southern softies from us northerners, right? Okay, because us northerners are the hard fuckers. Right, okay?
Okay. All right.
So, do a northern slang.
Is that what you're doing?
Well, that's what I am.
Okay. Do a northern slang, Tony.
Fuck off, you bastard, you.
You bloody bastard! You shite!
You bloody fucking twat!
Bro! Watch your language!
Don't you fucking talk to me like that, Tony.
Watch your bloody language! There's children
We're
here!
not allowed to talk like that, Tony. It's not allowed.
I've had quite about enough of this. Watch your bloody language or I'll kick you off my show.
That's Australian.
Oh yeah, I can't hold an accent for long.
Right, Tony, why weren't you like this on Krishna Stranger's Live the other day? Because I've seen you on Awful Bros, right, okay? And you are one funny, hilarious little piece of shit.
Oh, thank you. It's a wonderful compliment, I assume. I go through phases. I go through moods.
You're still an ugly bastard. Right?
Yeah. You don't want is afraid to show his face. I'm terrified.
No, I am an ugly cunt, Tony. I will show my face. I will. Listen, if I show my face, right, it's gonna cost people money.
Right.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah.
So
listen, I could tell you, but I'd have to kill you.
As a grifter, if people want to show my face, right, okay, it's gonna cost them money, Tony.
Yeah.
Right.
I've seen your face.
Right, shut up, you. Right, shut the fuck up, you slut.
Stop cursing.
I've got screenshots. Actually, I'm gonna blackmail you to prevent me from.
Tony, he's got screenshots of us. How fucking delinquent is it? Right, I need to light a cigarette up.
Ricky, I got my finger on the hang up button. I don't want no more cursing. I like you.
Right.
Don't curse.
Okay, my apologies, Tony. I do apologize. I will not curse anymore.
All right.
Okay.
You could be fine without cursing. I believe in you.
Right, that's very difficult for me, when
control your tongue like your wife tells you, right?
Oh, the wife does not tell me to control my tongue. She says let it rip. Right, stop it now, right? Okay, I'm trying to be civilized, right? Okay, Tony's asked us not to curse, right? Okay?
I appreciate it.
This is a challenge. This is an actual challenge, right?
Yeah, I like to challenge my guests.
The rest of the time I am on ya, Tony, I will not curse.
I appreciate that, Bricky. I appreciate that.
Okay, as respect for the channel host, I genuinely will not curse. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate
Bugaloos.
Did you say Toogaloos?
I said bugaloos.
Dogalos. What's that?
Bugaloos. Bugaloos.
Is that a curse in a language we don't know?
So that's some gypsy curse?
Hey, Tony, did your wife just tell you what I said there?
No, she don't know either. We're both
She
American.
just basically said it was a cursing in a language we don't know.
It was? I don't mind curses in languages I don't know. I use them. They don't feel like curses.
But Tony, I will definitely not curse in a language that we all know. Right?
Okay.
I promise you.
Thank you.
Right?
Appreciate that.
Unless you ask me to, right? Then I can.
All right. Well, can you give me a curse in a language I don't know?
Twat.
Brother. The hell is wrong with you, man?
Yeah, but you call it twat. You said twat.
Stop. That's enough. That's enough. Yeah, we have that word.
Right?
That's English, dude. That's English.
This is British satire humor. Tony, you're a funny fucker. You get this shit, right? Okay.
I'm gonna hang up, dude. I'm gonna hang
Sorry,
up and it's
sorry.
gonna break my heart. I'm gonna hang up and it's gonna break my heart. Because you're warming. Yeah, I like you, but I'm gonna hang up and it's gonna break my heart. Don't break my heart. Don't break my heart. You know?
Don't go break.
Next time you got to say a curse word, just embroider it on a pillow, okay?
Well, I just write it down instead.
Yeah, just write it down. yeah.
Yeah,
Say it
write
into
it.
a box and come back.
Write it on a piece of paper, put it in a bottle, and send it out in the ocean.
Sending out an SOS.
And then some kid finds it on a beach. He just picks up a
Like-
bottle and it says, "You bloody shite."
What good's that going to do me if some kid finds it on the beach? He's not going to be able to read it, is he? You know.
Well, it
Maybe
depends
he'll
on the
get- he'll
beach.
get, like-
Most of these kids these days are thick as pig's poo. Was that good enough? I didn't curse. I didn't.
Yeah, that's fine.
That was creative.
That was good. That was good. Oh, we're there. I stayed within the boundaries, didn't I?
Yeah.
yeah.
You said, hey, boundaries
I'm
induce.
learning. See,
Boundaries
I do what
Hold on.
dinosaurs didn't do. I evolve, right? Okay.
Boundaries induce creativity.
Ooh,
There's
shite,
there's a platitude
Yeah.
for you.
There's
bro.
another pillow right there, baby. We should start a business, the three of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, listen, if we're doing business, I need to be the finance advisor.
Yeah.
Why? So you can
Could
gamble.
you
it
tell me a
all
little bit
away
more
or
about
take
your
it away at the
background,
time?
Bricky? We got an early life
Yeah.
on you, or what?
Can I be honest with you? Right, okay, I'm not good with money, right? Okay, but I can spend it very easily, right?
Nice, nice. Yeah, I think we all share that skill.
Oh, he went for it. What a baller.
Why is your
Oh,
camera
Chris,
so
what's up, dude?
foggy, dude? What the heck, bro?
Oh,
Your
Scheiße,
cam-
Hüsen! Why you let him on? Why, Tony? Why have you let him on?
Your camera lens is covered in schmutz, brother.
Yeah, it's because Chris done stuff on my camera lens that he shouldn't have done.
Chris.
Christopher Brickatocious, what are you doing on this fine panel, cussing and doing
Right,
shenanigans
okay.
up
Listen,
here?
me and Tony already created a rapport before, right? Okay, and like we had a little bit of a funny interaction, right? But now I'm being told that I can't swear. Chris, you know how
Tony,
hard this is for me.
If my co-host is misbehaving up here, I'm gonna whoop him. I'm gonna
Thank
whoop
you. I
him.
appreciate that, Chris.
Body slam him through a table, WWF style.
Nice.
Yeah, Tony, please, Tony, just tell him I've been behaving.
You're what? You be
I don't
what?
believe that.
I have been behaving.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's been behaving, as they say.
I don't believe that. I don't believe
Well,
that.
he's
Since
getting there.
when?
He's getting there. He had a couple slip-ups, but he's doing better.
Yeah,
He's reformed.
I'm evolving.
He's evolving like an atheist.
He's evolving.
I'm trying to be orthodox, but I'm still an atheist.
Yeah, everyone over there is, except for the Muslims.
Don't talk to him about that, Tony.
Tony, don't set me off. Don't set me off, mate. Hey, listen, we do not have the First Amendment over here, right? We don't even have freedom of speech, right? Okay.
You got to remember, Bricky stays in Little Pakistan over there.
Yeah.
Hey. Oh my life.
It's just him and the Tekken
Chris,
players.
I blame you. You introduced me to this fucker, this twat.
I
That's
didn't
not
think you were gonna
better,
come over
dude.
here and bother him.
I wasn't coming. I'm not. Tony, am I bothering you? Tony, am I bothering you?
Only when you curse.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I
Most
like
of
you.
the time, man.
Otherwise, I
That's
like you.
most of the time. Yeah, but Tony, I am struggling to not curse. Like, I literally am biting my tongue. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
But
We'll
I
do
am
this.
trying.
Instead of cursing, say Muhammad was a pedophile.
Oh no,
Muhammad was a nonce.
Yeah. There you go.
Muhammad was a chomo.
Yeah. Say Muhammad was a demon-possessed pedophile. And then
Muhammad was a demon-possessed pedophile.
There you go.
That slept with underage children. Right? What? Don't encourage us.
The Bobbies are on their way now. You're in
And
trouble.
I am sorry for ruining your life.
they
I
sent the
apologize. I
AI
didn't think you
signal.
would say it. I do
Tony,
apologize.
I cannot agree with you. You look at Tony. You are the reason I said this, right? Okay.
I'll take
Bear
it.
this in mind.
I'll take it.
But
Say
I
you were
believe this
coerced.
totally.
Say you were coerced
You
by a
don't need to-
handsome American to say that Islam is a religion of inbreds.
Tony,
Well,
calm
it is,
down.
isn't
He's
it?
gonna
I
have,
mean,
he's gonna have
let's face
camels
it, let's
show up
face it.
with blinking lights at his mouth.
Shahara law and Islamic law, right? Okay, is basically inbred.
Bro, it's called Sharia law, not Shahama law. What the hell?
What do you mean it's inbred? Like a sandwich?
Inbred, yeah.
Yeah, like a sandwich.
Yeah, and PETA.
Well, when your wife defends you molesting young children, right, and goes up in court and defends you, right, when you get these grooming gangs, okay, which we have to deal with in this country,
Yeah.
you know, it really tells you the structure of the belief system,
Yeah.
which is it. And when you've got a leftist government defending this, right, to basically import fucking voters, right, we're fucked.
Yeah. Well,
We're
there's
fucked.
your.
That's right. Tommy Robinson is
kind of a Zionist, but okay. But he's doing his thing. But I'll say this. That's why you got to be Christian, you know, because the Christians knew not to let the Muslims in. It wasn't until you turned into an atheist country that all of a sudden you forgot who your enemies were.
Yeah, but this is why we need people like you, Jim Bob and Andrew, in this country, okay, to take over and just be dictators.
Yeah, if you'll let me, I'll do that.
I'll let you.
Sounds all right.
I'll gladly let you.
All right.
Ricky,
I was going to be the first czar of America, but I'll be king of England. That sounds pretty chill. I was going to be the first czar of America, but yeah, I'll be king of England.
Well,
Yeah,
Tony,
but
you're gonna
he's
have to
loads
fight. I saw Andrew Tate's gonna be Bricky's new prime minister soon.
Really?
Apparently,
Ugh.
he says so.
Ugh.
Yeah, but he can't fight in a phone box.
Huh?
Tony, we like to fight close and personal in Britain. Okay, we like to fight like up front.
Yeah.
We call it phone box fighting, phone booth fighting. So you get in a phone booth, you close the door, and you fight.
Oh, nice.
Right?
It's funny how it
that's-
sounds like he says phone booth.
That's what he's saying. He's saying get in a phone booth and fight. That's a difficult fight, man. You can barely move your arms. Get in this phone booth. What, you just headbutt each other until one of you gets knocked out?
Well, it doesn't matter what you do. It just matters who wins, doesn't it? You know, you can
Yeah.
punch, bite, they grab, gouge, whatever. But there's no weapons get taken in there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
As a man that believes in God, right? Okay, and I do genuinely believe in God, right? I don't know what to do with the information I've been given at the moment, right? Okay, but I believe God has the best interest of me at heart. So every time I go in that phone booth, right, I believe God has my back, and I've always walked out that phone booth, right? Okay, I'm still here.
Well,
So-
you've survived bad stuff, and you have four young boys, so you've been blessed in a lot of
Well,
ways.
they're not young. They're not exactly young. Like, two of them are like one's like 20 and one's like 18, and they're little.
And you've got a wife that puts up with your specky nonsense.
Right. Okay. That is a
Specky
privilege. Right,
nonsense.
okay. That's a blessing from God in itself. The fact that I was given a woman that put up with me, right, was a blessing by God. This is why I know God exists, because the fact that she puts up with me needs to be something from a higher power. Right. Okay.
Well, hey, Bricky.
Otherwise, she would just be a lesbian.
Well, I mean, there's more choices than be with Bricky or be a lesbian, but I'll take your word for it. But look, here's what you do with your belief in God. Nearly 200 individuals embrace the Orthodox faith at 12 Apostles Orthodox Church in London. Do that.
We have none of those churches in the northeast of England, Tony, my friend. Okay, I'm struggling to
Father
find somewhere
Spiridon's
where-
in the Northeast. I'm just guessing.
Tony, if you can find me a church in the northeast of England, right, where I can go to, where there is not a triangle, right, and a flag that, right, is hang out there, right, that is like, you know, then I'm struggling. I'm struggling actually. I will get arrested if I go into the church and they have a pride flag hung above.
It's not going to happen at an Orthodox church, bro. That doesn't happen.
But this is what I'm saying, Tony. We do not have them in the northeast of England. Right? I'm struggling to deal with the information that I've been given.
I'm putting my people on it right now.
All I need to do, well, all I do now, Tony, mate, is I raise my children in a based household with traditional Christian ethics, right? Which, like, I've never been taught by a Catholic church or whatever. It's just decent morals. Right. Okay. So basically, the son walks his girlfriend home. Okay. We look after the kids look after their mother.
That's good.
You know, like, I am just a figure in this whole thing, right? Okay. If I die, the kids will go on and look after the mother. But for me, I would like somewhere to go to, right? I would, but it's not that easy in the northeast of England, Tony. It isn't, my friend. As much as you want to laugh about it, it's not that easy.
There's
it's very difficult.
There's an Orthodox church in Durham.
Yeah, Durham's a long way away from me, but I mean, it would be worth it going there, to be honest with you.
It would. You don't have to go every week if you can't make it. I'm just trying to help. Look,
No. Wait, Tony, Durham. It's about a 45-minute-hour drive.
What about train ride?
Yeah, I'd rather drive. Tony,
45 minutes. 45 minutes shouldn't be that far, dude. Here in America, a lot of people are driving an hour
very
to
much
two.
worth it. Very much worth
Yeah,
it.
Ricky, the Orthodox Church from me is also about an hour's drive away.
Gorilla Biscuits just said there's 3 Orthodox churches in Newcastle. Bricky, come
Wow,
on, buddy.
Right. Give me the locations of them 3 Orthodox churches.
Go ahead,
I live
Gorilla.
in Benwood. I live in Benwood.
Granger Street.
Don't tell people where you live, Brick.
Granger Street.
Yeah.
That's in the city centre.
Granger Street, Newcastle upon Tyne, NE1, 5JG, whatever this means.
That's in the city centre.
That the St. Anthony the Great Orthodox Church right there, buddy.
Where's the other 2, Tony? Where's the other 2? Granger Street, I know where that is.
Yeah. It looks beautiful too. Man, it looks picturesque.
Because that's in the city centre. The city centre of Newcastle is beautiful, mate. Got some beautiful architecture.
Well, there you go. You get to have a nice Sunday walking around the city, and you get to go to liturgy. And it's what you need. And it's what your country needs.
Granger Street, Newcastle. You do realise I'm going to remember
He's not
that.
wrong.
He's not, he's not wrong. And Chris, he's a funny fucker, him, isn't he?
He is funny. I told you to come and watch his streams.
Yeah, Tony, blame him for me. Right, okay.
I take no responsibility.
Tony, thank
He's a
you for
work-
that information, my friend. Tony, I genuinely will be following that up, my friend. Granger
Thank-
Street, Newcastle.
Nice. Glad to hear it, man. That means a lot.
He's a work in progress, Tony.
No, I love him.
Doing my best.
I immediately liked him.
No, genuinely, I'm a work in progress, Tony. Right? Okay, but I mean,
No, he's good
I'm not
people.
gonna lie to you, mate. I am hard work, Tony. I am hard work.
Yeah, you're doing
okay.
all right. We're all a work in
Anything
progress.
worth having isn't easy to get. Right? Okay, you only reap what you sow.
Yeah.
So for me, like I'm only going to give in to the right person and the right thing. And obviously, I know God is that person, but finding the right church and the right environment has been a struggle for me. It's been a massive struggle.
Yeah, I hear you.
Nah, that's
You know.
important.
Well, you got a church now, and apparently there's 2 others, but why don't you give this one a shot? It looks beautiful.
Granger Street, Newcastle.
Yep.
Tony,
You'll be
I'm
glad you
gonna,
did. You'll be glad you did.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, nobody leaves liturgy and regrets it. Nobody goes to Orthodox church and leaves and says, I wish I didn't do that. But you'll regret not going. You regret not going.
Though, Tony.
Huh?
Can I still be a bit of a tinker? Like, can I still be a bit of an antagonizing piece of like poo?
I'm an antagonist. God will work on you. That's between you and God.
I just like to be that person, right? Okay. That
I don't think it's wrong to be antagonistic. But who am I? Ask your priest, who you'll have eventually.
I think Brick was trying to say autistic, but he just didn't say it right because he's got that stupid British accent. Gotcha, Bricky.
Anyway, Tony,
Yeah.
you do know my fellow brother Chris Lestrange, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I never got to speak to you the other day, right? Well, you two were alive, right? Okay, but that was a very, very emotional live. It was. I've never saw Chris be that serious. Okay. Now it's very nice to see you come out and be the natural Tony, which is a bit of a twat, right? Okay.
Again, stop saying that word. Stop saying that. That's a curse here too.
I'm not bringing to you. That's what I say it though.
Huh? I don't care what
You're
you call me.
Tony TOS.
Yeah, Tony. Chris, can you remember when I said I first met Tony? I didn't meet you, right? But I seen you, and you had this like thermometer coming out your mouth, right, on Jim Bob's, and
You
had
saw
this,
you
like,
on Tomato when you had the thing on your head.
And I had the 2 the toilet paper ad
the
both my
tampons.
noses.
Oh yeah, the toilet.
That was a blast.
So mad. She was so mad at me.
Absolutely hilarious. It was freaking brilliant. It was, and I'll be honest with you, I genuinely believe you were ill, right? Because no man could do that, right, and pretend, right? Okay, you had man flu, right, Tony? I get you.
Thank
you had
you.
man flu, and a woman wouldn't understand man flu. So all you women can go frig off, right? Okay.
Frig off,
Trying to
women.
keep women- Yeah. Just trying to not swear and curse, yeah, Tony. I'm trying not to curse.
No, I appreciate
You
it.
didn't tell us not. Right.
But Brick, I got a confession.
What's up?
I was sick.
You were.
Yeah. I didn't
Yeah, I
have the.
knew you were. But that's what I'm saying. I knew, as a man, I knew looking at you, you were genuinely sick.
Yeah.
And women would not know what man flu or anything that a man goes through is like. Okay?
Yeah.
Because women do not, like, I mean, apart from giving birth, women have that armor, right? They have that, like, upper hand.
Well, they have the periods
Right.
too. That's not fun.
Yeah, but me and Chris are synchronizing at the moment, right? Okay, and we're not happy about it.
Ricky, I told you that's when we do our show. I told you to stop touching my leg and stuff. You do a lot of strange things, bro.
Hey,
You need to
listen.
stop that nonsense.
Can we edit? Tony, can we edit this bit out? Can we just
I wish I
edit it
could.
out?
Believe me, nobody wishes more than me that I could.
Ricky, his hands are tied. He doesn't make the rules. He just works here, bro. You gotta
Yeah.
take that up with HR.
You gotta call Susan
What have you got
Wojciechowski.
me involved with, Chris? What the hell have you got me involved with, Chris? This is your fault.
Anyway, stop touching each other's legs. That's numero uno, brothers. I don't know what's going on over there, but that's not how we do things on the other side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, Chris, stop it.
Yeah,
now.
no more
Stop it now.
footsie, Brick.
Tony, it was him. Yeah, I wasn't responding, right? Okay, it was him initiating. Okay, just saying.
Whatever.
Well, one of
Tony,
you's
that's
gay.
why our show is
I'm going to
difficult.
church tomorrow, Chris, right? Okay, so I'm going to tell them about what you've done to me.
You better. I want to see pictures.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's what you're supposed to do. You go to church and you confess other people's sins.
I'm gonna tell them, listen, hello listener, what Tony sent me here, and they're gonna say, yeah, we know him. He's a proper.
Yeah, you're gonna say hello, listener sent me, and they're gonna call the police.
Listen,
Ricky, are you saying all Orthodox people know each other? Are you doing a racism right now?
well, it's a religionism, isn't it?
It's religionism, innit?
I want to say
It's a bit of religionism, innit?
In it, mate. It's religionism, mate. In it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm fucking mean.
You know what I mean? I love British accents, yo.
I can't fucking stand them, me, Tony. I have to listen to them every day. Honestly, even the wife, honestly, I can't stand it when she talks. When she talks, right, okay, even if she's talking a different accent, it's like, I mean, just shut up, woman. Just make the tea. You know what I mean? Do the dishes. Hey, look, I will chop your toes off just to get you closer to the kitchen sink. Right, okay, if it takes that, right, okay. Well, I love her that much, right, okay. I wouldn't go to them lengths.
That's
Don't
love.
worry, Tony.
Yeah.
His wife is well equipped. He's gone on stream. He went to go ask for tea. She's making tea. He's like, "Where's my tea?" She's like, "Nah, I just made for the kids. Screw you." I'm like, "I see why that's your wife. It makes sense now."
Yeah.
Say, isn't that wrong?
I know. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I hope you don't get arrested for being on here, Bricky. Are you gonna be all right for being?
Listen, Tony, I probably will, but if I do, okay, then I'm gonna have a break from the wife and kids. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Be like a holiday camp.
Nice.
He's like, "I'm going on vacation."
Yeah. Silver linings. That's good. That's good.
Nah, I'm too small of a creator to actually get flagged up. But and plus, I'm on an American channel, which is covered by the First Amendment. Okay.
You actually have. That's like a legit. That's like a legit loophole.
I don't think it works like that.
That's my loophole anyway. That's what I like to plug it with.
Yeah, you're gonna have a bunch of women cops with glow sticks at your door any second now.
Yeah, that's
the camels with the flash.
They try and dazzle you with glow sticks since they can't have guns. They're like, "Stop in the name of the law."
And they're all going now like a rave scene, you know, with the 90s great big glow sticks. No, Tony, we do not have women coming to your front door, right, okay, with glow sticks. What we have is women coming
They have
with
whistles.
tasers.
They have really loud whistles.
Yeah.
Nice. That'll hurt the ears. You could get tinnitus.
Who employs a woman to be in that kind of role? Seriously.
Hollywood.
Yeah, but we're not watching Disney films.
Yeah, I watch pretty. If I watch shows or movies or anything, it's usually British stuff, and the same tropes are happening in British TV now too.
Yeah, I used to love British humour and comedy years ago, Tony. But now it's, you saw what happened to the founder of Father Ted.
Did I?
He got arrested for saying a very, very funny joke. I mean, it was satire humor, and it's
One of their top comedians got arrested for making jokes on X.
Wait, what
when
was
he
it?
got back in the country, they arrested him.
Tell me.
He's actually Irish as well. He's Irish. He's not actually a British citizen. He's an Irish citizen.
Do you guys still hate the Irish, or are you guys finally realizing there's bigger problems?
No. The British have never hated the Irish. That was the IRA that hated the British. Okay.
Oh,
That
okay.
was a different level of fish. But to be honest, we've had the Catholics and the Protestants, okay, which Tony, you will know this better than anybody, okay? Catholics and Protestants, they're united, right, together to come to one unity to stop the overwhelming indoctrination in Islamic community coming into this country. Okay? So when the Catholics and the Protestants can put their differences aside for how many centuries they have had these differences, right?
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
We know there is something in the water. Right?
Yeah,
okay?
Ricky, I don't think they're doing a good job right now, to be fair, with your country. I think they're dropping the ball a little bit, to be fair.
Yeah, but our government's twisted, mate. We're not. Come on, Chris. We're all bound by our political leaders. Okay.
Hey, bro.
There's nothing I can do, Bricky.
So,
Is a father of
hey, let me real talk. Let me ask you this then, Bricky. How's the right wing over there in the UK taking the assassination of Charlie Kirk? How has that changed anything, or?
Oh, I mean, me personally, I lost sleep over it. I did. Like when I found this out, and then I almost instantaneously knew that the left were gonna cover this on an angle which was despicable, and like it just really great on us. It does, but I don't believe that violence is the right answer until violence is the answer, if you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like regardless of how weak these people are and how vindictive these people are, the last thing that we need to do is rise up and be politically violent, right? We need to be a bit more savvy. So I think that's what we're doing. And Charlie Kirk will go on and be a martyr. He's been made a martyr, and his legacy will live on. Okay, but I mean, it was.
Have you lost hope for the UK, or do you still believe that it could be saved?
No, it's going to be saved.
Yeah.
Right
The
on.
thing is,
A lot of turmoil, Tony.
I think what's interesting, and that's also the thing with our earlier discussion, Tony. The thing is, what's interesting about me and Brick's positions is you guys got to remember you guys are winning right now, and your country is kind of turning around in a big way. My country is falling apart. Bricky's is on the brink of being there. So we're pretty much in countries that are crumbling right before our eyes, and we still have hope, bro. That's all you can do is keep faith and have hope.
Is a patriot, right? Okay, is someone that is there to defend it, because it would be very easy to just pack up and bugger off to some other
Can't do
country
that.
and just
Can't do
forget
that.
about it, right? Okay, but then what would you be doing then? Ultimately, you'd be abandoning your country.
Yeah.
You would.
It's
So
And then
It's what I-
eventually that same contagion would spread to wherever you go to, right? Like at some point, you
Yeah.
have to fight the virus.
yeah, well,
Really?
yeah, that's why I'm dead stern. Okay,
Hmm.
I'm gonna until it comes to my front door, you know, I'm gonna It's very complicated and complex. It is, right? Okay, but I do wish, and I'm almost certain Chris wishes, that we had the equivalent of a Donald Trump. Okay, we're not as lucky as that, right?
It's
We are
difficult.
not as lucky to have a
That's
Donald.
what I'm trying to say, bro. It's difficult holding the face and being proud and keeping hope when there's nothing to cling on to. There's no Donald Trump. There's none of that, bro. Whatever you cling on to just crumbles in your hands. It's like it's like trying to climb a pile of sand, bro. So it's a whole different kind of situation. That's why when I was saying earlier, there is no inaction or run away or fall prey to the fear.
Yeah, we just start. We
There's
just start.
there's
and
none
fight.
of that.
We need.
You got to stay and fight.
We've got to. And look at Nigel Farage. As much as people want to think Nigel Farage and Reform UK in Britain are the answer, I don't think it is. I personally, I don't. Right? Okay. It would be the better option out of what we have at the minute. Right? Okay. But what we're going to end up with, right? Hopefully, fingers crossed, is something like a Ben Habib and a Tommy Robinson political party, right? Okay, like an average man that has been done that, right? Okay, now today is it the 13th today, people? It's the 13th today.
Yeah, it is. It is. Today's the big day
Go
for
and
you
look
guys.
at London. Go and look at London. Even though they've cancelled
Today's the big day.
They've cancelled the trains, right, to stop people or try and prevent people from getting there, right? Okay, but Britain is rising up, people. Britain is rising up. The women and the mums and the grandmothers and the daughters of Britain, right? Okay, are rising up, and when the women rise up, the men unite behind them. Because when the women rise up, the men have a purpose to rise up behind them. Do you get what I mean? It's a knock-on effect, right? So Tommy's doing something today that could go down in history, you know. And I hope it does. I hope it fucking does.
I hope for you guys the best, man.
Yeah, man.
And I do for you,
Godspeed.
my friend Chris. I do for you, brother. Right, Tony, you're a lucky bugger. You're a lucky bugger. Right?
That's true.
You notice how I'm not swearing or cursing, Tony. Right? You're a lucky bugger. You've got Trump in power in the office now, right? Okay, and I wish Donald Trump would just be a world dictator. I wish he would just turn around and say, "Look, I'm taking over Britain. I'm taking over and that to me would be fantastic." But it's not politically allowed, so you know we have to go for these avenues and stuff.
Well, we do want a monarchy over here, and I think everyone should start thinking in the long term. We have to get as far away from democracy as we possibly can.
But our monarchy is fucked, Tony. Sorry for swearing, mate. Our monarchy is shafted. It's shafted. Right? Okay. The reason our monarchy is being silent is because one of the monarchies,
Well, yours hasn't been great, though. To be fair.
Yeah, but do you know why? Do you know why the monarchy hasn't spoke up on this whole political debate? Right? It's because what's it called? That person that was big on Epstein Island. Okay. They've come to a mutual agreement, right? Okay? I'm not stupid, right? Okay. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but is a monarchy, after everything this country's been through, why wouldn't and shouldn't Prince Charles stand up and just take over the country and say, "Look, Starmer, you're doing a rubbish job," right? Okay, but because his brother was involved in a lot of nitty gritty stuff. Okay, it's been a case of we'll just keep his name out of the media. It's twisted. It's dark. It's vindictive. It is, and it's one of them ones. You know what I mean? As an average British person, a man on the street, right? My name, my voice goes nowhere. It actually goes nowhere. right? So, do I want to end up in prison for 4 or 5 years, right? When I've got 4 kids and a wife, okay?
You can't do that to your family.
Exactly. And I would never do that, right? Okay, but when the time comes and it's right to do something, I'm sure we'll all step up and we'll all stand up.
It's just about being clever with what you do.
Sorry, there's a little bug in here. If I'm not mistaken, my understanding is that essentially the monarchy and the government itself answers to the City of London at the end of the day.
Sadiq Khan.
Huh?
Sadiq Khan is a mayor of London.
No, I mean City of London. The City of London.
Yeah, but Sadiq
the
Khan
bankers.
is the mayor of London. He controls the policing of London.
Yeah.
Right? And when you look at Tony, look, I live in the northeast of England, right? Okay, so basically I live on the border of Scotland.
Yeah.
Okay. London is the south end, right? Okay, I'm the north end, right? But northern end, but I mean, there is no safe space in this country at all. Apart from doing what I've done, I defend my castle, right? Okay, and my children and my wife are the reason for me to live in, like, to die for.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Ricky.
What?
Ricky, 1 sec. Just wanted to come up here and make sure you behave yourselves. Fellas, you have a good evening. I gotta go.
Take it easy, Spider. Thanks for coming on, bro. I'm actually getting a little tired myself. Bricky.
Yeah.
I want you to be
Tony,
safe,
mate,
man.
okay.
God bless
God
you.
bless you, my friend.
Yeah, God bless
Thank you for
you.
having me up, yeah, Tony, mate, right? Okay, I really do appreciate it, right? Okay, one time we will rip the piss out of each other. Okay,
right.
That'll happen.
Yeah, we'll get in a
And I
phone
will
booth
win
one day.
I will win you. I will win you, though, Tony.
All right,
I will
man.
beat the fuck out of you, right? But God bless you, Tony, mate, right? Okay.
God
Now
bless you.
I'm gonna look at that church you advised me on there above. Right, okay, thank you for that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But, God bless us all. Chat, love yous and leave yous, right? And yous are all a bloody bunch of buggers.
All right, brother.
Take care, Ricky. And it was a pleasure to come and meet you face to face like this, Tony. You have a great night, brother.
You
God
too,
bless.
Dustin. Thanks for coming on. God bless. All right. Let's see. I'm getting tired. Been streaming for almost 5 hours. This went well. I'm glad I did this. Glad we had a bunch of different perspectives on. Helped me to think about stuff, and it gave me a lot to think about. I'm doing like a thing right now, but I'm just being honest. You know, a part of me didn't want to do any more shows this week. Part of me didn't want to do the shows I did do. And I think that's a good thing to... I think that anyone who made that choice, it's I think that's a good choice too. But I just wanted to hear what people had to say in a way that I could hear them. You know, a lot of times I'll check out other people's shows and, you know, panels confuse me. Sometimes it sounds like a racket to me. So I want to have some calmer conversations, and so we might do this again sometime. This isn't like a panel show. It's just like a call-in thing where we talk. But I liked how it went, and it's given me a lot to think about, and I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. If you're not Orthodox, become Orthodox. If you are Orthodox, go to church.
in a garden brimming with gold and green. No mosquitoes, no predators, no need. I can see you staring beyond my dreams. I can hear you singing a song of peace as a wave of love washes over me. See the light like diamonds shine through the trees. Every breeze whispers of eternity. I am finally where I'm supposed to be.
Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. They won't. They won't. They won't. They won't.